Mr. President, as chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee, one of my highest priorities has been the confirmation of judges to fill vacancies on the federal bench. Since the beginning of the Biden administration, the Senate has confirmed over 191 highly qualified, independent, and even-handed jurists to the federal bench. It's my belief that there'll be a total of 193 in just a matter of days. They represent the best of our legal system, demographically and professionally diverse judges who respect the rule of law, adhere to precedent, and above all, answer only to the Constitution. We should add another nominee to that list, Adil Mangi, who's been nominated to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit. What an amazing resume. Mr. Mangi is eminently qualified. He graduated from Oxford and Harvard Law School. He spent more than 20 years in private practice at one of the top law firms in the United States. He focused his practice on commercial litigation. Mr. Mangi has served as counsel of record in more than 30 matters before federal appellate courts, as well as 8 amicus briefs submitted to the U.S. Supreme Court. He has gone above and beyond that practice in his pro bono dedication, devoting more than 4,000 hours to representing clients in religious discrimination, asylum, and employment discrimination cases. Based on his record, you would think Mr. Mangi would be quickly confirmed, but I left off one fact on his resume. He is a Muslim American. The treatment of this nominee before the Senate Judiciary Committee has reached a new low in many ways, but also with historic echoes. More than 50 years ago, President Lyndon Johnson nominated Thurgood Marshall, who would become the first Black American to serve on the Supreme Court. At his confirmation hearing, Justice Marshall faced racist questions and McCarthy-like accusations that he was a communist. If that sounds familiar, it's because Mr. Mangi, the first Muslim American nominated to the federal appellate court, faced similar treatment at his hearing before our committee. Committee Republicans subjected him to irrelevant, combative lines of questioning about Israel-Hamas war. They even asked whether he celebrated the 9/11 terrorist attacks in his home. Think about that for a second. An American coming before the Senate Judiciary Committee of the Muslim faith is being asked if he celebrated the 9/11 anniversary in his home each year. During the hearing, under oath, Mr. Mangi unequivocally condemned anti-Semitism in all its forms and condemned any acts of terrorism no fewer than 10 times. 10 times at one hearing. He also repeatedly denounced any form of hate or bigotry. Any insinuation that Mr. Mangi is anti-Semitic or a terrorist sympathizer is rooted in anti-Muslim bigotry that has no place in our country or in Congress, and the claims are simply false. He has represented a broad coalition of Christian, Jewish, Muslim, Hindu, Sikh, and other religious groups. As Mr. Mangi said, and I quote, "It is distinctly American for people of so many different faiths to come together in unity in this manner." What has been un-American is the treatment Mr. Mangi faced since his hearing. Republicans are trying to blame Mr. Mangi for statements by other people and events he didn't even attend and wasn't even aware of. That is guilt by association. It is wrong. It is unfair. Republicans have unfairly attacked Mr. Mangi for his nominal affiliation with the Alliance of Families for Justice. They falsely claim that he supports, quote, cop killers. That he supports cop killers. That outrageous allegation could not be farther from the truth. In Mr. Mangi's own words, he is, quote, not represented or otherwise provided legal services to any individual convicted of killing a law enforcement officer, end of quote. In addition, he's clearly stated, and I quote him directly, "I condemn any violence against law enforcement officers without equivocation," end of quote. As Mr. Mangi noted, it is shocking and false to suggest that he has sympathy for attacks on law enforcement. On the other hand, during the Trump administration, Republicans voted unanimously to confirm 2 judges who had personally represented individuals who had killed police officers. Those individuals were entitled to the right to counsel. I'm not arguing that point, but it just shows you how far they have gone in establishing a new standard, a totally unfair standard. The treatment of Mr. Mangi by Republicans puts their hypocrisy on full display. There cannot be one standard for Republican appointees and another for Democrats. Based on Mr. Mangi's actual record, more than 125 civil rights and human rights organizations support him. Organizations representing more than 1 million Jewish Americans, including the National Council of Jewish Women and the Anti-Defamation League. And I want to say at this point, after the terrible hearing that he was subjected to in the committee in December, the Anti-Defamation League volunteered a statement to our committee, which I read into the record, in defense of Mr. Mangi and in criticism of the harsh, unfair criticism of those at his hearing who blamed him for being anti-Semitic. Nothing could be further from the truth. These other organizations and ADL have openly supported his nomination and condemned the treatment he faced at his hearing. In addition, Mr. Mangi has received the support of a number of law enforcement organizations, including the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives and a bipartisan group of former New Jersey state attorneys general and U.S. attorneys. Any judicial nominee should expect a close examination of his legal career before the committee. Since first being nominated, Mr. Mangi has been prepared for just that. However, he should not have to answer for baseless and bigoted attacks that do not accurately reflect him or his record in many different ways. In a letter of support, retired Third Circuit Judge Timothy Lewis contrasted Mr. Mangi's experience as a nominee to his own experience as one of only 2 black judges nominated to the federal appellate court by President George H.W. Bush. Judge Lewis noted that he was treated with respect by Republican senators as well as Democratic senators who held the majority. Judge Lewis urged the Senate to treat Mr. Mangi with the same level of respect that he received. He wrote, and I quote, "If people from underrepresented communities believe they will be unfairly attacked, stereotyped, and rejected by the Senate, they're likely to think twice about being nominated, thus hindering efforts to make our courts look more like America very difficult." Judge Lewis is right. I urge my colleagues to dismiss the smear campaign against Mr. Mangi and to support his nomination. I yield the floor.
Party whip is recognized.
Mr. President, let me say at the outset that I thank the senator from Kentucky for his words on the floor, supportive of assistance to Ukraine in its hour of need, and I thank him for being consistent in that message. Yesterday, after months of delay, 17 Republican senators joined in a bipartisan effort to advance critical security and humanitarian aid. I want to thank them for stepping up and urge them to continue moving this bill to final passage and moving it to passage in the House of Representatives. All the while we're giving our speeches here on the floor of the Senate and other places, Vladimir Putin has been sitting back and waiting for the United States to finally walk away from the Ukrainians as they fight bravely to repel his bloody onslaught. Putin is hoping that Donald Trump will be reelected and that this Congress will discontinue aid to Ukraine. Meanwhile, the message man for the MAGA movement, Tucker Carlson, was in Moscow interviewing the former communist KGB agent, Vladimir Putin, hoping no doubt to further his cynical strategy. Is there anyone here who could remotely have imagined that many in the party of Ronald Reagan and John McCain would be actively voting against aid to stop Russian tyranny, that they would bend to the will of former President Trump, who has spoken favorably of the Russian despot? Mr. President, this photograph captures a moment a few years ago. Wrong photograph. Captures a moment 37 years ago at the Brandenburg Gate between East and West Germany, when President Reagan stood resolutely for freedom and told Gorbachev to tear down the wall. Now, this second photograph is more personal to me. About 10 years ago, when Senator John McCain and I were part of a delegation that represented colleagues from Arizona, North Dakota, Rhode Island, and Wyoming, We went to Ukraine's Maidan Square in Kyiv to honor those who had been killed in the fight for freedom. I'm not alone in asking the same question that was asked yesterday by the Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk. He said, Ronald Reagan, who helped millions of us win back our freedom and independence, must be turning over his grave at what's happening now in Washington. Mr. President, the Polish people are staunch allies of Ukraine and the United States, and they have long memories of Soviet tyranny. They know the critical American resolve is part of overcoming that tyranny, and we should never forget it. I'm proud to represent the city of Chicago and state of Illinois, and there are many Polish Americans there, great people. And I think what they have done during this Ukrainian war is an amazing story. They have literally embraced the refugees from Ukraine. As one of the Polish officials told me, Senator, you won't find a refugee camp for Ukrainians in Poland. We bring them into our homes. It's an amazing outpouring. And when I asked them, what is motivating you? He said, we remember no one would do that for us when we face the same tyranny in our own history. They've made a difference. It's not just because of their love for their neighbors in Ukraine, but it's also the realization that if Vladimir Putin conquers Ukraine, the next target could easily be Poland or the Baltic nations. They know that this fight, which is being waged against Putin and Ukraine, is their fight. We should realize the same. Next week, a bipartisan group of us are attending the Munich Security Conference. It's an annual conference in Germany where we bring together the European nations and many others to discuss topics of the day. You can bet the #1 topic will be Ukraine. God forbid we fail to pass this defense supplemental before the Munich conference. I don't know what I will say to our friends and allies in NATO and in Europe who have stood by us and by the Ukrainian people for so long if we abandon them here in the United States Senate. The first question that they will ask is, will we approve the money necessary to buy the ammunition and equipment for the Ukrainians to fight on? We're going to answer that question here in the United States Senate in just a matter of hours. NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg recently said that if Putin isn't stopped, he will continue his war beyond Ukraine with grave consequences. And make no mistake, it's not only Putin watching and savoring our failure to act, it's Iran, China, North Korea, and many others. So let's get this done. Let's show Putin and the other tyrants of the world they cannot divide and weaken us at home or with our allies abroad. For months, my Republican colleagues refused to provide critical aid to Ukraine, Israel, Gaza, and Taiwan, and to address urgent national security and humanitarian needs until we would consider and pass legislation to secure the American border. This week, we had an opportunity to vote on a bipartisan bill that would help us to secure the border and provide this essential national security funding. I had some concerns about the language in this, but I realized it was a bipartisan compromise. Senator James Lankford, speaking for the Republicans, had been negotiating literally for weeks to get the right language that could appeal to both Democrats and Republicans. I want to thank Senator Murphy and Senator Kirsten Sinnebrand for her resolve as well. While I had some concern about the proposal, as I said, I was prepared to support it with some changes. And I'm happy to report that it received the support of the National Border Patrol Council, the union that represents Border Patrol agents. Despite all of this, Senate Republicans said they wanted to offer amendments. Well, the way to offer an amendment is first to pass a motion to proceed to the bill. When that measure came up for support, we didn't have enough Republican support to pass it on the floor. Almost immediately after the bill was released, numerous Senate Republicans had come out in opposition to it. And when the bill came to the floor, they voted not to even consider it. Why? Why? Because Donald Trump told them not to. And he was very bold about it. He said, blame me if you will, but any attempt to make border security changes should be stopped now so he can use the issue in the campaign. He said, blame it on me if the bill fails. Well, we will. Trump is apparently fearful that a bipartisan effort to secure the border would undermine his campaign rhetoric. His interference could not have come at a worse time. We are facing the worst refugee crisis in modern history. With outdated laws and underfunded agencies, our immigration system is not up to the challenge. As a result, many migrants are stuck in our processing backlogs for years without a work permit. Mr. President, most people don't know this fact, but I want to make it for the record. We have had about 36,000 migrants come into the city of Chicago, primarily from Texas. They were sent there under false pretenses, that there was accommodations waiting and a job waiting for them. That was not the case, but the governor of Texas didn't care, and he didn't care about their outcome and their plight. 36,000 trying to find shelter for them. Some went to police stations and slept on the floor. Some slept in churches. The Catholic Charities did an amazing job, as well as many others, to try to take care of them. And it's been a real hardship on the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois. 36,000 people. Mr. President, there's one thing that most people don't realize. In the past year and a half, we have absorbed in Chicago 30,000 Ukrainian immigrants who've come from war-torn Ukraine to the city of Chicago. Now, I hope you can understand that a city that has a section known as Ukrainian Village certainly welcomes these people. The families that sponsored them said that they would stand by them, and they became part of our society and part of our economy quickly, without a lot of rancor, and with the understanding of people that they were going to add to America, and they were in desperate need. 30,000 Ukrainians absorbed into Chicago without much fanfare. I've seen them at their churches and their schools, working in restaurants, doing the kind of work that immigrants are used to doing in America. But the 36,000 who came in as migrants from Texas were sent in by the busload without any warning and without any effort to try to assimilate them into the area before they arrived. The difference is very stark. The legislation that we were going to consider before the Republicans killed it would have created a new system to process migrants quickly. It would have funded our frontline officials and immigration officers with $20 billion to ensure that they are processed efficiently. Think about that. The Republicans have been saying publicly for months that we need more resources at the border to stop the onslaught of people who are arriving. And they also believe, and I share the belief, that we need more surveillance at the border, not only for those coming across the border, but also for those bringing across the border narcotics and other contraband dangerous to America. So the bill, which they stopped this week with their vote on the floor, would have provided $20 billion to ensure that they would be processing efficiently at the border and preparing $20 billion at least in new technology and resources to stop the onslaught of narcotics and drugs. It would have ensured that asylum seekers with legitimate claims could get a work permit quickly and start working, as so many businesses across the nation need. Despite my concerns about this legislation, because it left out dreamers, I was prepared to consider it and support it. The DREAM Act was a measure that I introduced some 22 years ago in an effort to give these young people who were brought to this country by their parents and who grew up here and became part of America a chance to finally prove themselves, to earn their way into citizenship. I think it should be included in any measure that addresses immigration from this point forward. I hope we can all agree on one thing. We need to work together in a bipartisan way to secure the border after years of congressional failure. Bipartisanship requires compromise. After all of their Senate Republicans' TV appearances, campaign photos at the border, and impassioned speeches on the floor, it only took one man to destroy this agreement, this hard-fought bipartisan agreement, Donald Trump. I know my Republican colleagues understand the urgent need to secure the border. I'm disappointed that they would let their fear of one man stop this body from doing its job. Mr. President, we still have a chance to do the right thing when it comes to security. We can stand behind the people in Ukraine who are fighting bravely every single day. I cannot imagine how America can explain to the world why it would walk away from this battle against Vladimir Putin. We know his ambitions beyond Ukraine are terrible, and innocent people will suffer. Let's let the Ukrainian soldiers fight bravely with our support with a vote in the Senate today. I yield the floor. President.
The Majority Whip is recognized.
Madam President, many people who follow the Senate may be asking a basic question. What are you doing? Why is it that the Senate is only voting once every other day, or why does it seem like it's every other day? Why aren't you at business? If you're here this weekend, can't you have something to do of positive nature for this country? It's a reasonable question. I'd like to describe where we are at this moment and where I hope we will be soon. It started with the President of the United States asking for a defense supplemental bill, a supplemental bill for military spending. There were several major priorities in that measure asked for by the President. One, of course, was the war in the Ukraine and our continued support of the Ukrainian effort to stop the ruthless invasion of Vladimir Putin and the Russians. This has been going on for 2 years, and we have been standing by the Ukrainians, and they were running out of money, equipment, and ammunition. President Biden stepped up and said, we're going to provide assistance to Ukraine as part of this emergency supplemental. The same thing is true when it comes to the Israelis fighting the terrorist Hamas after the invasion of their country on October 7th. There's money to provide assistance to them in their effort to end that terrorism that had such a dramatic negative impact on Israel. Third provision relates to Taiwan and the Asian theater. They too are friends and allies and needed assistance from the United States. Equally important, a substantial humanitarian aid package needed in many places around the world, including Gaza, that is part of this package. 4 critical priorities that in the usual course of business would be approved on a bipartisan basis, but not this time. This time, many of the Republican leaders in the Senate said, we will not consider these important subjects without some provision dealing with America's border security. It is true, I think it's obvious, that the situation on our southern border is currently unsustainable and needed to be changed. The Republicans insisted this would be part of the package. There was no argument on our side of the aisle. We sat down to find a solution. Now, solutions relating to immigration are elusive. I know that as well as anybody. We've spent 3 decades trying to come up with immigration reform legislation. Virtually both parties concede that our immigration system in its entirety is a shambles and needs to be rewritten. And so the suggestion was made, we put together a bipartisan committee to put together an alternative on border security to be added to this package that I just described. The Republicans said that they wanted James Lankford of Oklahoma to speak for them. Several of them came to me and said he has worked on this long and hard. He's prepared to accept the task of brokering a bipartisan solution to the border, and we trust him. We want him to be the spokesman for the Republican side. No objection on this side of the table. 2 senators joined him in that bipartisan effort. Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut, Kyrsten Sinema of Arizona. They worked for weeks and weeks and weeks to put together a bipartisan border security package, and they finally succeeded. The Republicans said, we don't want to move on that type of a package unless we have 72 hours to carefully review it before we take the first vote. Senator Schumer, the Democratic leader, said that's a reasonable request, and he filed the original version of this bill last Sunday, if I'm not mistaken. Then in the following Wednesday of this week we're closing, we brought this matter to the floor. To our surprise, the Republicans reversed their position on border security, and despite the best efforts of James Lankford on behalf of the Republicans, decided that overwhelmingly they were going to reject any border security measure. Why the change of heart on the Republican side? The cause is very obvious and very public. Donald Trump, the putative Republican nominee for president, announced that he was opposed to the package. Republican senators who were open to it or supported it walked away from it. And in walking away from it, did not produce enough votes for us to bring the border security measure up as part of this package. Think about that for a second. We were told for months that we couldn't move on the underlying bill because we didn't have a border security proposal. We put together a bipartisan proposal. We brought it to the floor, and the same Republicans who were insisting on border security as part of this package turned on it and opposed it. We took the vote, which told the story, and at that point, Senator Schumer said, we'll move forward with the rest of the package. Those measures are now pending before the United States Senate and do not include border security, at least in the package produced by the bipartisan group. I think what I've just given you is a rough summary of where we stand at this moment. So we're going through the labored process under the Senate rules of burning hours off of the clock, 30 hours at a time, until we can reach these seminal roll calls to determine whether we move forward. As Senator Schumer just said a few minutes ago, we face the next one of those roll calls next tomorrow around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That's 30 hours after the last vote. But there's a way to avoid this kind of inactivity on the floor of the Senate and to really get to the questions at hand. And that is what we normally do, a unanimous consent, both sides of the aisle, Democrat and Republican, to take up certain amendments or measures. We are at that point. We should be moving toward that so that we can finish our work on this important legislation and go home for a break over the president's holidays. We don't know what's going to happen today. If we follow the book and don't reach a unanimous consent agreement, there may be little or nothing happening on the floor today. But if we can reach a bipartisan agreement on a list of acceptable amendments on both sides of the aisle, we can move forward and the Senate can be the Senate as it should be. That's what's pending. So that is a rough summary of where we stand. I'm disappointed that a good faith effort by these three senators that produced a measure, which though I don't agree with it in every detail, is a reasonable step forward, has been summarily rejected by most Senate Republicans. Senator Lankford, I listened to him on the floor. He spent 30 minutes explaining what was in this package. There are some things that are absolutely necessary. Resources at the border that we know that we need. People, professional people, to deal with the onslaught of refugees and asylees who are coming to our border. In addition to that, money for technology. Doesn't everyone concede on both sides of the aisle that we need to do everything humanly possible to stop the flow of narcotics, particularly fentanyl, into the United States? I don't think that's even debatable. The bill that Lankford and the others proposed had provisions in there on resources to accomplish that goal. The same thing is true when it comes to resolving the status of people who present themselves at the border. There are people who are desperate and fearful for their lives, staying in certain countries, escaping to the United States in the hopes that they'll be safe. For more than 50 years, we have honored that pursuit and given a means for people to reach their goal. Now the standards are going to be tougher under the Lankford legislation, and it means that people are going to be held to a higher standard. Also provisions that those who are at the border will have their cases ultimately resolved in a much more expeditious way. I think we all agree that waiting 1 year, 2 years, 5 years or more really creates a hardship on the system and uncertainty that needs to be resolved. It takes more immigration judges and people at the administrative level to process it, and the Lankford bill did that. Now, what I've just described in the provisions of the Lankford bipartisan bill was rejected by the majority of Republicans because Donald Trump announced that he was against it. He went so far as to say, blame me if we do nothing on border security. Well, I certainly think he's deserving of blame. He stopped Republicans who were positive on this subject from moving forward and helping us to do something positive on the immigration front. There's another part of this story that I want to speak to very quickly this morning, and it relates to a measure that I introduced in the Senate almost 20 years ago. It's called the DREAM Act. Yesterday, with Senators Padilla, Cortez Masto, and others, I filed an amendment to offer the DREAM Act as an amendment to this bill as part of the package, if we're going to have a bipartisan package of amendments. I introduced this legislation, as I said, more than 20 years ago. It provides a path to citizenship for young immigrants who were brought to the United States as children and allows them to remain in the United States as their home. These are kids brought here by their parents. There wasn't a family vote or a family decision. They were kids and they went where mom and dad told them to. They ended up in the United States, undocumented. They went to school here. They stood up each morning in the classroom and pledged allegiance to that same flag we just pledged allegiance to. They believed they were part of this country, and it wasn't until they were usually 10 or 12 years old that their parents leveled with them and told them, your legal status is uncertain. You're undocumented. We don't know what your future holds. Be careful. If you're not careful, you could be deported, and we could be deported with you. That terrible circumstance prevailed for hundreds of thousands of young people in this country. The DREAM Act said, give them a chance. Give them a chance to earn their pathway to citizenship. That's what the bill said when it was introduced. They know no other home, and yet without congressional action, they spend every day in fear of deportation. Let me tell you about one of these dreamers. Her name is Tatiana Vasquez Lopez. She attends college in my home state of Illinois. This is the 140th time that I've told the story of a dreamer here on the floor of the United States Senate. I can make speeches about the subject, but if you meet these young people and hear their life story, it's a much more convincing experience. Tatiana was born in Guatemala, came to the United States when she was 11 months old. She grew up in Alabama and became an important part of her community. She volunteered at a local church during the COVID pandemic to help families in need. She also completed a teaching internship during which she visited schools across the school system to support teachers and students. And she did all this while she was in high school. Tatiana is currently studying at Dominican University in River Forest, my home state of Illinois. She is the leader in the Chicagoland community as president of the Organization of Latin American Students. What is her goal? A PhD in psychiatry, so she can work as a trauma therapist helping families and children. She wants to continue giving back to communities in need and helping provide life-saving resources to others, resources she wished her family had received when they came to the United States. She's currently protected from deportation thanks to the DACA program. DACA stands for Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals. The DACA program was an outgrowth of the DREAM Act. When we couldn't pass the DREAM Act on the floor of the Senate, former Senator Barack Obama from Illinois, as President of the United States, was importuned to consider doing it by executive action. I wrote a letter, the first letter to President Obama, co-signed by Richard Lugar, the late Republican senator from Indiana, asking Barack Obama to consider executive action to protect young people like Tatiana. Then I sent another letter with about 23 Democratic senators supporting the same goal. Fortunately for us, Obama was a co-sponsor of the DREAM Act and he agrees with our goal in this legislation, and he went to work to create DACA. That program that he established has changed hundreds of thousands of young lives like Tatiana's. DACA has protected more than 800,000 young people in America from deportation, and it's allowed them to pursue higher education and enter our workforce. Unfortunately, since President Obama established the program, Republicans have waged a relentless campaign to overturn it and deport these young dreamers back to countries they may not even remember. Last September, a federal judge in Texas declared the DACA program was illegal, though the decision left in place protections for current DACA recipients like Tatiana while the appeal is pending. All of them live in fear that the next court decision will dramatically change their lives. Until a permanent solution is written into law, Tatiana's service to her community is at risk, as is the service of dreamers who work as doctors, teachers, engineers, and so much more across America. I introduced the DREAM Act, as I said, more than 20 years ago to provide a solution, a path to citizenship for dreamers. That solution is long overdue and should be acted on as quickly as possible. We should all be able to agree that dreamers only make America better, and we in Congress must do better by them. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the dreamers and work with me to provide them with a path to be part of America's future. This amendment would do just that. Madam President, I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, over the recess that just concluded, I had a chance to visit South Africa in an Aspen Institute conference to discuss the future of that continent. With so much of the world's attention on Ukraine, as it should be, and the Middle East, as it should be, we often forget the importance of this dynamic and challenging African continent with nearly 1 out of 5 of the world's population, a percentage that will increase greatly this century. There were so many different aspects we discussed, so many different opportunities, and the thing that I came away with was the clear understanding, the Chinese understand this. They see a future in Africa that we don't see, and they're investing dramatically in Africa's future. If the United States and other Western nations ignore this reality, the Africa of tomorrow will be a lot different than the one today and may not be our friend as we want them to be. During my time in Congress, I've tried to advance several efforts to foster more engagement in Africa, including support for funding to address AIDS, tuberculosis, malaria through the Global Fund, and PEPFAR, as well as mobility programs, clean water and sanitation. In fact, Chicago-based World Bicycle Relief is helping lead some of the most innovative mobility programs that help get kids to school and healthcare workers to visit rural, remote areas. I didn't agree with President George W. Bush on many things, but I want to give him credit for making the United States a leader in stemming the HIV/AIDS pandemic in some of the poorest parts of the world, including Africa. It was just over 20 years ago. Nearly 30 million Africans were infected with HIV/AIDS, 30 million. They had almost no access to treatment. President George W. Bush's response was known as PEPFAR, the Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief. It worked. PEPFAR and its companion effort, the Global Fund, dramatically curtailed the AIDS epidemic ravaging many parts of the world, including much of Africa, saving more than 25 million lives. These programs provided retroviral drugs for those with AIDS, allowing them to live productive lives and prevent the spread of disease through childbirth. They have been so effective that some might have forgotten just how devastating AIDS hit many parts of the world, killing more than 2 million people globally each year and leaving 14 million orphans in sub-Saharan Africa. I was reminded on my trip just how devastating AIDS was to Southern Africa. Take Malawi, where PEPFAR and Global Fund programs have increased the number of Malawians living with AIDS on treatment from 5% to 95%. Survivors. So it is bewildering to me. I can't understand this. We're presently engaged in a political debate on Capitol Hill as to whether PEPFAR was a good program. Extremists are arguing that we shouldn't reauthorize this historic life-saving program when people are still dependent on these drugs to survive from day to day and week to week. Last year, President Bush Jr., in this situation, wrote an op-ed urging PEPFAR reauthorization in the Washington Post, in which he quoted his late speechwriter and PEPFAR champion Michael Gerson as follows: "What definition of pro-life does not include saving millions of lives from preventable disease and death?" Bush went on to note, "We're on the verge of ending the HIV/AIDS epidemic. To abandon our commitment now would forfeit 2 decades of unimaginable progress and rather further questions about the worth of America's words. I agree. I call on my Republican friends to help authorize this historic, bipartisan, life-saving effort without further delay. Madam President, on a different topic, just before our recent recess, the Senate overwhelmingly passed a bipartisan aid package, notably to help Ukraine defend itself against Russia. Ukraine has fought a heroic, historic, significant battle to defend its independence and democracy, thwarting a full-scale Russian invasion 2 years ago and showing the world how you stand up to a bully like Vladimir Putin. In fact, its resistance to Russia has major security impacts and benefits for our largest Western security. But as everyone in Congress knows, Ukraine urgently needs more weapons and assistance and needs it now. Our European allies approved their aid earlier this month. But despite European and U.S. Senate support, many almost unbelievable events have occurred over the past few weeks that endanger Ukraine's chances of success and global security. Closest to home, the House of Representatives has remained passive, detached, silent for the past 2 weeks on the Senate-passed National Security Supplemental Bill, with its leadership subservient to Donald Trump, who in turn is just enamored, a real bromance with Vladimir Putin. Last week, true to form, former President Trump went so far as to even say he would encourage Russia to attack fellow NATO members. Can you imagine anyone responsibly making that suggestion? I can't. Furthermore, on the global stage, public reports have suggested that Putin is thinking of putting some kind of nuclear weapon in space. For all those who want to embrace Putin as part of our future, look at the reality of the situation in Ukraine and in outer space. Amidst all of this, Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny died in a Russian gulag prison just before a sham election in which Putin is afraid of any real competition. In response to this tragedy, Trump sank to a new low, shamefully comparing Navalny's death to his own self-inflicted legal problems. Is there anyone who doesn't see that Putin is gloating at this perceived impunity and relishing his congressional apologist? Why in the world would we play into Donald Trump's delusions? Why would Trump be holding Republicans fawn over Putin, a wanted war criminal responsible for kidnapping 20,000 Ukrainian children and taking them to Russia, a stunning number that is likely to go higher? Or imagine the scene shared by my colleagues from Hawaii, that of Ukrainian soldiers on the front lines checking their phones to see whether House Republicans passed our Ukrainian aid package. They were watching our votes on the floor of the United States Senate while they were risking their lives in a battle against Putin. These soldiers are fighting with their lives for democracy and security in Europe, while House Republicans do nothing. It's time for the House Republicans to pass this urgently needed aid package without further delay. Madam President, I want to show photographs of two individuals. 2 years ago, I had the privilege of meeting this man, Vladimir Kara-Murza. He is a patriot and a Russian opposition leader. What a risky business to be in. Putin twice tried to poison him, but failed. After his recovery here in the United States, he made a conscious decision that I couldn't believe. He said, I'm going back to Russia. Someone has to be willing to fight and die for freedom and democracy in that country. I said to him as he was leaving, you're going to face certain arrest and imprisonment. He said, I know it, but I've got to do it. He had to continue the fight. I'll never forget that moment of bravery and conviction in my office. Not long after his return to Russia, he was arrested for criticizing Putin's war in Ukraine. That was he showed the same kind of patriotic courage as his compatriot Alexei Navalny, who died just a few days ago at the hands of Vladimir Putin's henchmen. Putin tried to kill Navalny by poison too. He barred Navalny from running for office, from sharing stories of massive criminal corruption, and from speaking on the horrors of the Ukrainian war. Through it all, like Kara-Murza, Navalny was undeterred, and we know what happened. His tragic fate in that Arctic prison where he had been exiled. He was murdered by Vladimir Putin for fighting for freedom. Navalny, Karamurza, and the Ukrainians on the front lines are the brave patriots in this world. Heroes Congress should look to for inspiration and courage instead of the resort in Florida known as Mar-a-Lago. In a small but lasting tribute to Navalny's courage today, Senator Cassidy, Republican of Louisiana, and I are introducing legislation to rename the street next to the residence of the Russian ambassador to the United States. The new name will be Navalny Way. This will not change what Putin has done or the unspeakable harm he's caused the Navalny family or millions of Ukrainians, including those children who've been kidnapped. But unlike the hooded Putin thugs trying to erase Navalny's memory by arresting mourners and quickly removing flowers left at makeshift memorials, this will force Russian diplomats in Washington to be reminded every day as they drive by of their crimes. I hope measure and in larger tribute to Navalny, our Ukrainian allies, and the thousands of kidnapped Ukrainian children pass a supplemental without further delay. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President, it was over 10 years ago. There was a State of the Union address about to take place. And as members of the Senate were given a ticket for a guest to attend. And my staff came to me and said, who would you like to invite? And I said, why don't we call out to Walter Reed Hospital and see if there's an Illinois soldier there that's physically up to coming up the Capitol Hill for the occasion. They said, well, check it out. They came back to me an hour or two later and said, we found a veteran. She's a member of the Illinois National Guard. She's recuperating at Walter Reed and she can attend. And I said, fine, I look forward to meeting her. The night of the State of the Union address, they told me that the officer from the Guard was in my office and wheeled open the doors, and in came Tammy Duckworth. Tammy was in a wheelchair in full dress uniform, being pushed by her husband, Brian, also a member of the Illinois National Guard. This was in the month of January, toward the end of the month. And with a big smile on her face, she told me the story of how, as a pilot of a helicopter with the Illinois Guard, she was shot down over Iraq in the first week of November. This was January, the first week of November. And she'd gone through a series of surgeries. The result of that was she had lost both of her legs. At the time, her right arm was still in a sling, and there was a question about whether or not she would lose that as well. So she was in serious medical condition, but you would never know it. She was just beaming with pride and happiness, and I thought, what a remarkable human being. So she became not only an acquaintance, but started to become a friend, and has become a very dear friend to me today. I'm so honored that we have as good a relationship as we do. It's perfect. I'm for Tammy. Whatever she's for, I'm for Tammy. And I've found that that's a good standard to live by in Illinois and American politics. So I worked with her through several political campaigns. Her first race for the House of Representatives ended up in defeat, big disappointment, but she never gave up. She never does. Ran again, elected to the U.S. House, and eventually filled the vacancy of Barack Obama when he moved to the presidency. She became my colleague and senator from the state of Illinois. We have a great political friendship, a great governmental friendship, but a very great personal friendship. Mr. President, I remember the day I was driving from Springfield in central Illinois to Bloomington, Illinois for a meeting. The phone rang and it was Tammy Duckworth calling. I said, what's up, Tammy? She said, well, I have some news that I'm sharing with very few people I wanted to share with you. I said, what's that? She said, I'm about to become a mother. I couldn't believe it. I literally couldn't believe it. After what she and that valiant body of hers had been through in big combat for the United States, I couldn't believe that she had that opportunity to start a family, and she did. The reason, of course, was in vitro fertilization. She had been working on it for a long time with Bryant to have their first child. They had all but given up when a mutual friend of ours, Judy Gold in the city of Chicago, said, "There's one more expert you've got to see. He never fails to create a family." She went to this man, and thank goodness it worked. She became a mother, and it was a remarkable achievement after all she had been through and all her body had been through, that she could reach that point. I can't tell you the pride that was beaming in her face when I first saw her with the baby. She really believed that she had achieved something that many people didn't think was possible. Fast forward, if you will, to several years later, and she said to me on the floor of this Senate, "I need to talk to you about something personal." And we went up to my office and closed the door, and she said, "I'm going to have another baby." I said, "I can't believe it." She said, "The IVF worked the second time." So she now has 2 daughters, a beautiful family. She loves them dearly. I think about that when I think about the debate that's going on now, the national debate that was manifest in the decision of the Alabama Supreme Court last week. When they decided, that court decided, consistent with the Dobbs decision, that IVF would no longer be legal in the state of Alabama. As a result of that decision, IVF clinics were threatened and some even closed in the area for fear of criminal prosecution for bringing to this earth children for loving families, just like Tammy's. Well, Tammy Duckworth has spoken out even this morning on the issue and what it means to her personally and what it means to all of us who value those individuals who fight so hard to create a family, which is what she did and so successfully. Mr. President, it was nearly 2 years ago the Supreme Court's right-wing majority made the disastrous decision to overrule Roe versus Wade, striking down the constitutional protections that afforded women the right to decide when, how, and whether to have children. That is at the heart of this whole debate. It is at the heart of the IVF issue. Now we live in a world of Dobbs, where Republicans have seized the opportunity to restrict the reproductive rights, health, and freedom of families across America. Since the Dobbs ruling, Republican-led states have imposed abortion bans that threaten women's lives, and Republicans in Congress are attempting to pass a national abortion ban. Now it has gone one step forward, as we knew it would. Last week, the Alabama Supreme Court, which is made up entirely of Republican appointees, ruled that frozen embryos are legally children and that their destruction can be treated like the wrongful death of a child. That decision cited Dobbs multiple times. And I might add, if you read excerpts of the decision, they not only relied on a warped view of the Constitution and other statutes. At one point, the Chief Justice said that what was at issue was the wrath of God. The wrath of God. Think of that for a moment. In a civil court in America, in the state of Alabama, that was his basis for part of his ruling. This unprecedented decision had already had serious consequences for reproductive rights in the state of Alabama, as major health care providers have halted in vitro fertilization out of fear of prosecution. For those who desperately want a baby but struggle with infertility, for cancer patients who must safeguard future reproductive options as they undergo treatment, for same-sex couples who use IVF to expand their families, this ruling is devastating. How can congressional Republicans call themselves pro-life, the pro-family party, when they are actively preventing women from using modern science to start a family? How can they be for life when they are supporting laws that endanger women's lives? Predictably, Republicans are scrambling away from their earlier thinking. Fearing that this extreme, unpopular measure will hurt their election chances in November, Republicans are simultaneously claiming they support IVF while continuing to support the bills that would codify that life begins at conception. Look at the record. In December 2022, when Senator Duckworth asked for unanimous consent to pass a bill that would have established federal protection for access to IVF and other family treatments, the junior senator, Republican senator from Mississippi, blocked it on behalf of the Republican caucus. That was just 2 years ago. Because of these extreme Republicans, we now live in a country where women are forced to carry pregnancies, including victims of rape and incest, women carrying non-viable pregnancies, and women whose pregnancies put their own lives at risk. And because of the same extreme Republicans, we live in a country where women who desperately want to become mothers but who need the help of IVF may now be denied that opportunity. It is unconscionable that Republicans would go this far, but not surprising. Remember that quote from Maya Angelou: when someone shows you who they really are, believe them the first time. Republicans have told us that they will continue to attack women's rights. Sadly, I believe them. We'd be foolish not to take them at their word. Remember when Donald Trump promised to appoint Supreme Court justices who would overrule Roe versus Wade? He did, and they did. I am committed to working with my Democratic colleagues to safeguard women's reproductive rights. And I do this in memory of my great colleague and friend, Tammy Duckworth. She is standing up for women all across America who want the chance to fight for the opportunity to create their own families. I hope that this country comes to its senses. We're going to have a hearing on this issue on March 13th in the Senate Judiciary Committee. It is important enough, it is timely enough that we do it and do it effectively. Mr. President, I want to raise another topic in the jurisdiction of the committee. In December 2021, Bobby Everson was killed while he was in the care and custody of the Federal Bureau of Prisons, allegedly by his cellmate. At the time of his death, he was housed at the federal prison in Thompson, Illinois, in the Special Management Unit, a unit notorious for poor management, harsh conditions, even before the Bureau of Prisons moved into Thompson from U.S. Prison Lewisburg in 2018. After an investigation by the Marshall Project and NPR found that Thompson had become one of the nation's deadliest prisons, I asked the Inspector General, Michael Horowitz, to examine Thompson as part of an investigation into the hundreds of deaths at Bureau of Prison facilities. 1 year ago, the Special Management Unit at Thompson was finally closed for good, and now we have the findings of the Inspector General's investigation. The Inspector General found things that are truly disturbing about our American prison system. He reports that operational and managerial deficiencies within the prison system have created unsafe conditions and presented critical threats to incarcerated individuals. Significant recurring issues like the failure to comply with policy, understaffing, insufficient mental health and substance abuse treatment have increased the risk and contributed to more and more deaths that are preventable. A prison sentence should not be a death sentence in America. The Inspector General's report also highlights that over half of the deaths in the scope were suicides, and almost half the suicides occurred in restricted housing, otherwise known as solitary confinement. Earlier this month, the GAO released a compelling report on BOP's use of solitary confinement. Their findings were extremely troubling. As of October 2023, the Bureau of Prisons housed almost 8% of its prison population in solitary. Almost 8%. In many cases, people were confined in their cells for 23 hours a day. We know that the overuse of solitary confinement causes lasting, irreparable mental harm to incarcerated people. That is why I will soon reintroduce the Solitary Confinement Reform Act, legislation that would greatly limit the use of solitary confinement in our nation's prison system. Depriving incarcerated adults of basic human rights and endangering their lives is no way to achieve justice. The Bureau of Prisons must do more to create safer and more humane conditions. As chairman of Senate Judiciary, I have established a practice of holding annual oversight hearings for the Bureau of Prisons. Tomorrow we'll hear from the Bureau of Prisons Director Colette Peters and the IG, Michael Horowitz, to discuss this IG report and examine what led to these deadly failures. The goal of our criminal system must be to rehabilitate offenders and prepare them to successfully reenter society. Solitary confinement is not the avenue to pursue for assimilating these people back into America. It is long past time for the BOP to achieve this goal, and it will only do so through transparency, accountability, and reform. Mr. President, it's been years now since I read an article in Atlantic magazine by Atul Gawande, a physician in the Boston area who is now working in the Biden administration for USAID. I think he's an extraordinary observer of the human scene. And he wrote an entire article about the impact on the human mind of isolation and confinement. He started talking about prisoners of war, like John McCain, a national hero, and the impact 5 years plus of incarceration had on him and his attitude toward life. And he went on to say that incarceration in our penal facilities is really not the right preparation for individuals who most will ultimately be released into society. I held 2 public hearings on solitary confinement and brought in one man who had been on death row in Texas for 10 years. He was an emotional basket case. He will never have a normal life as long as he lives. Another man who'd been in a similar circumstance in another state seemed to have assimilated well. He was now an over-the-road truck driver in the Midwest. They each told about what it meant each day to have 23 hours of isolation and then 1 hour where they knew there was another human being on earth. That sort of treatment is inhumane at its heart. Sometimes it's absolutely necessary to maintain order in the situation. I understand that, but it should never be encouraged. Unfortunately, I'm sad to say that despite my interest in this issue, I have not made an appreciable difference in the number of people who are in solitary confinement in our prisons. We can do better. We must do better. The hearing which we will be hearing from the Inspector General gives us the guidelines to follow to improve this situation. I yield the floor. Mr. President, I have a statement which I'm going to make on the Voting Rights Act, which I think is apropos as we are considering Super Tuesday and the millions of Americans who will participate. But first, I would like to address the comments that were just made by the Republican Senate leader. Mr. President, you're a member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, and you were there the day when Adil Mangi's nomination came before our committee. It's a unique nomination. It's never happened before, never in the history of the United States, because Mr. Mangi is a Muslim American, and he is being nominated to serve on the second highest court in the land. When you read his biography, and I don't have it before me, I'm going to come back when I do have all the information before me, you cannot help but believe that this is an extraordinary individual and an extraordinary lawyer who is seeking this spot. The treatment he received in the Senate Judiciary Committee, you'll remember it as well as I will, because he was a Muslim American, was outrageous. Outrageous. They believed that he must be a terrorist because he's Muslim, and it was suggested by a number of senators questioning him, his links with terrorism. In fact, one Republican senator went so far as to ask him on the record, do you celebrate 9/11 in your home? Do you celebrate 9/11 in your home? He said, of course not. It was a horrible thing. I condemn all forms of violence and terrorism, he said. And those people, many who died, were from the same community I was in the state of New York and New Jersey. And then there was a suggestion that because he was a Muslim American, he must be anti-Semitic. I can't tell you how many different times that was asked of him. And he condemned anti-Semitism on a wholesale basis with no qualifications and no equivocation. The questioning on that area was so outrageous against this individual, this Muslim American, so outrageous that the Anti-Discrimination League, a national organization highly respected that stands up for Jewish Americans and their rights and speaks out without hesitation when people are being critical and prejudicial to Jewish Americans, sent us on the Senate Judiciary Committee, unsolicited, a response to the questioning he faced. I read it into the record at the committee meeting. Mr. President, I want to tell you, politics isn't beanbag. And I know if you're seeking a lifetime appointment to the bench, you better be prepared to answer a lot of questions. Some of them will be fair and some won't be fair, but be ready, it's going to happen. But what happened to Mr. Mangi in that committee was beyond anything acceptable by Senate standards. And it continues to this day. To argue that he's somehow a cop killer, my God, what more are they going to throw at this man? I'm going to come before the Senate on another day, maybe even tomorrow if I can do it, and tell the whole story about his nomination. But to listen to what was just said about this man is breathtaking. He is an extraordinary individual. He is overqualified for the job, if there is such a thing. He certainly has served his country and wants to do more. And the fact that he is a Muslim American should not subject him to this type of beating in the committee or on the floor of the Senate. And I'll return to address that issue specifically at a later date.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, today I rise to tell a preventable, horrific story. 22-year-old Laken Riley, a nursing student, was killed by an illegal immigrant. This bright young woman had her whole life ahead of her. She represented what our country needs more of, a life dedicated to caring for others. Like all Iowans, my heart goes out to her family and her friends who continue to grieve this tragic loss. The reality is, Laken's heartbreaking story did not have to happen. In 2022, Jose Antonio Ibarra illegally crossed over the border into El Paso and claimed asylum. Instead of being detained while he was processed, he was released into our country, never to be heard from again. That is, folks, until he was arrested in New York City for endangering a child. Was he held to face trial for this crime in New York City? Nope. Nope. Was he deported for this crime or even for coming here illegally? Nope. New York officials released him so quickly that ICE couldn't even try to lodge a detainer, even if they wanted to. Meanwhile, Ibarra made his way to Georgia, where he disfigured and killed an innocent young girl who was simply out for a jog. Madam President, this could have been avoided, but Biden's failure to enforce the laws at our border allowed it to happen. How many young Americans must die? How many families must be ripped apart for this administration to wake up and take border security seriously? For more than 8 years, I have warned against the dangers of letting illegal immigrants who have already broken our laws, again, those that have broken our laws, roam the country and continue their lawlessness. I have repeatedly called on this body to step up and protect innocent Americans from criminals who are here in our country illegally and pass my bill, Sarah's Law. 8 years ago, Iowans Michelle and Scott Root woke up to every parent's worst nightmare. Their daughter, Sarah, right here, beautiful Sarah Root, was killed by a drunk driver. Sarah, a 21-year-old from Council Bluffs, had just graduated from Bellevue University in Nebraska with a 4.0 GPA and a bachelor's degree in criminal investigations. She was headed home after celebrating her important life milestone with family and friends. She had her entire life ahead of her. But while she was stopped at a traffic light, Sarah was struck and killed by Edwin Mejia, an illegal immigrant. His blood alcohol level was 3 times over the legal limit. One would think her killer would clearly meet immigration and customs enforcement priorities. But nope. Citing the Obama administration's November 2014 memo on immigration enforcement priorities, ICE declined to take custody of Mejia despite his repeated driving offenses and history of skipping court dates. Before the Root family could even lay their daughter to rest, Mejia posted a $5,000 bond. $5,000. He was released, and just like in the past, folks, he disappeared, never to be seen again. Now, here we are, folks. We're over 8 years later. Sarah's killer is still at large after that $5,000 and able to carelessly harm others. To rub salt in the wound, the Biden administration has removed Mejia from ICE's most wanted list. No big deal, right? No parent should have to endure the pain of losing a child like the Root family did, and I know them personally. But unfortunately, the Riley family is experiencing this same heartbreak. A loophole in our law means Sarah's killer escaped justice. But today, we can do something to ensure no other family has to go through the pain Sarah's parents have felt every day for 8 long years. My bill, named in Sarah's honor, would close the alarming loophole that let Sarah's killer go free. It would just require ICE to detain otherwise deportable illegal immigrants charged with killing or seriously injuring another person. Is that too much to ask? To detain someone who has killed another American? It also requires ICE to inform victims and family members of critical information pertaining to the investigation. Right now, family members are left in the dark. Had Sarah's law been enacted at the time of her death, law enforcement would have detained her killer instead of allowing him to flee from justice. The Root family would have been kept up to date on his status and federal immigration authorities' efforts to remove him from the country. Simply put, this should be an easy one, folks. Sarah and Lakin's deaths are both tragic and unfortunately are doomed to be repeated. thanks to this administration's broken and ill-informed policies. Those who come here illegally and harm our citizens should, without question, be a priority for removal. It's just common sense, folks. Otherwise deportable illegal immigrants who commit violent crimes, if they commit them here, they should face justice. We can no longer prioritize illegal immigrants over public safety. We must pass Sarah's law to send this message loud and clear for Sarah's family, for Lakin's family, and for the countless American families that Sarah's law would protect. Madam President, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Judiciary Committee be discharged from further consideration of S-160 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. Further, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object.
Majority Whip.
Madam President, as chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, I'm reserving the right to object. But I want to make it clear we can all agree that non-citizens who are convicted of violent crimes should be detained and removed from the United States, period. Under current law, any non-citizen who entered the country illegally, violated the terms of their status, or had their visa revoked can be ordered detained by ICE officials. Current law also requires the detention of individuals with serious criminal convictions and those who have committed murder, rape, or any crime of violence or theft offense with a term of imprisonment of at least 1 year. The law also gives ICE the discretion to detain or release a non-citizen in cases where a non-citizen has merely been charged but not convicted. This bill that we're considering now by the senator from Iowa would require ICE to detain any individual charged with a crime that resulted in death or serious bodily injury of another person pending their criminal case, no matter what the circumstances or the nature of the crime, and no exceptions. As just one example, a victim of trafficking or domestic violence who defended themselves against an abuser would have to be detained under the law. Most immigrants in the United States are law-abiding individuals who are seeking a better life. Studies have shown that immigrants have no impact on crime rates, and immigrants are less likely to commit crimes than ordinary U.S. citizens. But the sweeping approach in this bill would deprive immigrants of the due process that everyone is afforded to prove that they are innocent of a crime. I agree with many of my colleagues that we need a more orderly system to process recent arrivals at the border and ensure that bad actors are detained if they have serious criminal convictions. Recently, a bipartisan group of senators and the White House began negotiating a change in our immigration laws and a tough border deal. It was written by the Republicans' designated negotiator, Senator James Lankford of Oklahoma, along with two other senators, one an independent from Arizona and the other a Democrat from Connecticut. The bill that they wrote to make our borders safer and to deal with immigration was endorsed by the National Border Patrol Council, which represents the men and women on the border who are risking their lives every day to keep us safe. I had personal concerns about this bill, but I wanted to move it forward. And yet, when it came to a vote, the vast majority of senators on the other side of the aisle opposed it at the request of Donald Trump, who tanked the border agreement for his own cynical reasons. What were those reasons? One House Republican said, and I quote, "Let me tell you, I'm not willing to do damn much right now to help a Democrat, to help Joe Biden's approval rating." President Trump himself was crystal clear. He said, quote, "Blame it on me if the bill fails." That bill was our vehicle and opportunity to work on a bipartisan basis to change many of the provisions in immigration law, to make America safer, and to make our border security more effective. Some extremists have said the quiet part out loud. Donald Trump doesn't want a solution to our challenges at the border. He wants a political issue for November. It is time that Republican colleagues and Democratic colleagues stop talking about the border and one-off responses to it and start legislating, rather than vilifying all immigrants based on a few bad actors. It is a tragedy what happened to these two young women. There is no excuse for it, and those responsible should be held accountable. I urge my colleagues to do the best that we can to come up with an immigration reform that resolves not only this serious issue, but all the other issues that we are haunted with on a regular basis. I object.
The objection is heard.
Madam President.
Senator from Iowa.
Madam President, I am very sad that we're on the floor today and that Sarah's law has been objected to. We have been down this road before many times over through the years since Sarah Root's death. Now, I do understand that ICE has discretion, and that's what we're discussing today, is the fact that ICE had discretion and chose to allow Edwin Mejia to post bond of $5,000 to disappear into the night. Before Sarah was even laid to rest, Edwin Mejia was long gone and has yet to face justice for Sarah's family. In July 2020, a Mexican national was drunk driving in Texas and struck and killed a Chicago resident and 2 retired U.S. Army officers. All were part of a pro-law enforcement motorcycle club. The Mexican national was out on bond and awaiting trial for allegedly striking a man with his truck in 2018, biting the victim's back and biting off a portion of his ear. If Sarah's law had been on the books, he would have been detained in 2018 to await trial. In June 2011, a Chicago resident was killed in a drunk driving accident. The driver, a Mexican national, was driving with a blood alcohol level 4 times over the legal limit. He struck and killed a Chicago resident, dragged the victim's body 300 feet, and then attempted to run away on foot. He was bailed out, again, bailed out, not held, bailed out and fled to Mexico. He was extradited back to the U.S. in 2022. If Sarah's law had been on the books, he would have been detained and not been able to flee to Mexico. In March 2021, a Mexican national shot and killed his next-door neighbor in Chicago. He then injured the 3 officers attempting to arrest him. The Mexican national was arrested in 2011 for driving with an open container. In 2015, he was arrested again for aggravated assault. In 2012, he attempted to lie his way into a visa reserved for victims of criminal activity. And he also twice unsuccessfully applied for the DACA program in 2014 and 2015. If Sarah's law had been on the books, he would likely have been detained after the aggravated assault in 2015. And again, we would have another innocent that was killed still alive today. So these are just a handful of examples of where Sarah's law would have made a difference. And I do understand that there is an objection to the discretionary part of this bill. And the example that was given is those that are being trafficked for sex-type operations. Sex trafficking is very real. But I have also, because I have worked in this space of domestic violence and violence against women, I do and have heard from those that have been sex trafficked that sometimes the only way to break away from those that are trafficking them is actually to be arrested and pulled away from those Johns or those sex traffickers. So maybe to put them in an area of safety would be the right thing to do. So I appreciate having been heard. I will continue to work on behalf of the Root family, on behalf of the Riley family, and others that have lost loved ones to those who should not be here in our country. And with that, Madam President, I yield.
Mr. President.
Senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, I have an extraordinary responsibility as chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee. Important legislation, but probably more important, the filling of vacancies in our federal judiciary. Under Article 3 of our Constitution, we create judges, and there are approximately 890 of these federal judges across the United States. As vacancies occur, as they often do, the Senate Judiciary Committee, working with the White House and members of the Senate, have to do background checks on these individuals, submit them to the FBI for further background checks, do our own due diligence, consider them in an open hearing before the committee, and ultimately vote in committee before they come to the floor for advice and consent. So far this year, I should say in this term, under President Biden, we have had 181 federal judges that have gone through this process, been cleared on the floor, and reported out of the Senate. They're now serving their nation in this capacity. I can tell you that it's not an easy process. Lengthy questionnaires are given to each nominee to identify so many details of their lives that you find it hard to believe they kept track and record of them, but they did. And then, of course, agencies call to verify the contents and answers of those questionnaires. And then they go through a close scrutiny by the staff in the Judiciary Committee on both sides, Democrats and Republicans. Then comes the day of reckoning when they have their hearing. And in a public setting, many of these nominees are questioned extensively by members of the committee. I will tell you, politics ain't beanbag. And when it comes to the questions asked of judicial nominees, it's a serious process. We have gone through more than 200 under this Biden administration in the Senate Judiciary Committee. And some of them have had a tough time of it. Many of them had an easy time of it, but they all go through the same process. One of the most important accomplishments of this administration has been the confirmation of highly qualified, I believe, even-handed judges to the federal bench. As I mentioned, to date, we have confirmed 181 lifetime judges, including a number of firsts. The first black woman and public defender on the Supreme Court of the United States, the first Muslim American judge on a district court, the first Asian American judge on the Seventh Circuit. And we should add another first to that list. We should. Adil Mangi to the Third Circuit. Mr. Mangi is a highly qualified nominee with incredible credentials and more than 2 decades of litigation experience. He would be the first Muslim American to ever serve on a federal appellate court. Nevertheless, he has gone through scrutiny unlike anything I have ever seen. He has been criticized and questioned in a way that I've never seen before in the committee. Unfortunately, many of the questions that have been raised about Mr. Mangi and his background have created suspicions in people's mind that his religion is the reason for the questioning. Treatment of this highly qualified nominee at sometimes reached an all-time low. At the hearing in December, committee Republicans subjected Mr. Mangi to combative lines of questioning about the Israel-Hamas war. This is a man who is seeking to serve on a federal bench in the appellate court. The questions that were asked of him were more appropriately asked of the Secretary of State or the Secretary of Defense. At one point, a Republican senator asked this Muslim American the following question: do you celebrate the anniversary of 9/11 in your home? Think about that for a second. Because he was Muslim, the senator thought it was appropriate to ask him whether he celebrated 9/11 in his home. He, of course, said no. He was a resident of New York and thought it was a tragedy that occurred to our nation, and he had friends and family who were affected by that tragedy. During his hearing under oath, Mr. Mangi unequivocally condemned anti-Semitism in all forms and condemned any acts of terrorism no fewer than 10 times. Think of that. Because he was a Muslim American, he was asked 10 different times whether he was anti-Semitic. And he, of course, said no in each and every occasion. He also repeatedly denounced any form of hatred or bigotry in his answers to written questions. Any insinuation Mr. Mangi is anti-Semitic is rooted in a prejudice that has no place in our country, and the claims that are made were false. As he explained, and I quote him, "I have worked extensively to advance religious liberty, which I consider to be a fundamental American value, and to combat religious bigotry against any religious group. I have been proud to represent a unique and massive coalition that I built over many years involving major Christian, Jewish, Muslim, Hindu, Sikh, and other religious groups on matters of common interest." Mr. Mangi has also been unfairly attacked for his nominal affiliation with the Alliance of Families for Justice. Critics have falsely claimed that because of his minimal involvement with this organization, he has somehow associated himself with violent criminals and supports, and I use this in quotes, cop killers. That charge was made on the floor of the Senate against Mr. Mangi. Nothing could be further from the truth. As a longtime corporate lawyer, Mr. Mangi has never said or written anything that suggests he supports individuals who have murdered members of law enforcement. He has never represented or otherwise provided legal counsel to anyone accused of killing a police officer. But during the Trump administration, Republicans voted unanimously to confirm 2 judges who had personally represented individuals who had killed police officers. Now let me add quickly, everyone in America has the right to counsel, and the crimes that they may be charged with could be horrendous, but they still have the right to legal representation. But to think that they would accuse Mr. Mangi of somehow supporting cop killers when he has never been involved with a client charged with that crime. The treatment of Mr. Mangi by some Republicans puts their hypocrisy on full display. There cannot be one standard for Republican appointees and another for Democratic appointees. Mr. Mangi is eminently qualified, graduate of Oxford and Harvard Law School. He spent more than 2 decades in private practice at a preeminent law firm focusing on complex commercial litigation. He has served as counsel of record in more than 30 matters before federal appellate courts, as well as 8 amicus briefs submitted to the U.S. Supreme Court. Throughout his career, Mr. Mangi has also demonstrated a deep commitment to pro bono work. In fact, he has devoted more than 4,000 hours to representing clients in religious discrimination, employment discrimination, and asylum cases. Given Mr. Mangi's record, he has earned the support of a wide range of organizations, including organizations representing more than 1 million Jewish Americans. Listen to what the National Council of Jewish Women had to say about Mr. Mangi, and I quote, "He is highly qualified to serve on this court, bringing a wealth of professional and personal experience in addition to extraordinary legal qualifications." And yet, some of the senators, Republican senators in the committee, suggested he was anti-Semitic, prejudiced against Jewish people. This endorsement by the National Council of Jewish Women clearly says otherwise. Following Mr. Mangi's hearing, the Anti-Defamation League, an organization which is dedicated to rooting out prejudice against Jewish people, sent a statement to the committee, unsolicited by me, in which they said, "Berating the first American Muslim federal appellate judicial nominee with endless questions that appear to have been motivated by bias toward his religion is profoundly wrong." Mr. Mangi also has the support of a number of law enforcement organizations, from the New Jersey chapter of National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives to the Hispanic American Law Enforcement Association. As Mr. Mangi stated, and I quote, "I am ready and prepared to be held accountable for any statement that I have ever made, any word that I have ever written, or any action I've ever taken." And he went on to say, "I am not and should not be held accountable for statements made by people I do not know at events that I was not involved in." Mr. Mangi is right. He should be judged based on his record, not on dishonest, bad faith insinuation. I urge my colleagues to dismiss the smear campaign against Mr. Mangi and support his nomination, and I yield the floor.
Senator from Utah.
Mr. President, for the last few years, Americans have watched with a certain degree of dismay and even horror as the United States Department of Justice, an institution that's long been revered by many Americans, and including myself, a former federal prosecutor, has been weaponized by the left to go after those whose views are deemed unacceptable and who have been deemed targets by political appointees in the Biden administration Justice Department because they've been perceived as a threat to their own political interests. From the text messages of illicit lovers Peter Strzok and Lisa Page at the FBI to the Crossfire Hurricane scandal to the current prosecution of Donald Trump, Americans have lost faith in the Department of Justice, and they want the political weaponization of DOJ to stop. Unfortunately, this weaponization has only gotten worse under this administration, as we've seen with the use of unnecessary force and the prosecution of peaceful protesters at abortion clinics, the investigation of Catholics based on their religious beliefs, and the attendance of traditional Latin Mass, and, of course, the labeling of concerned parents as domestic terrorists based solely on their decision to show up to a school board meeting and raise legitimate concerns about how their children are being taught and otherwise treated at school. My amendment would prohibit the Department of Justice from prosecuting any individual in contravention of the Justice Manual. Now, the Justice Manual is a Bible of sorts within the Department of Justice. It's the Department of Justice rule book for federal prosecutors. Now, the Justice Manual, section 9-27.260, is clear. It says as follows, quote, federal prosecutors and agents may never make a decision regarding an investigation or prosecution or select the timing of investigative steps or criminal charges for the purpose of affecting any election or for the purpose of giving an advantage or disadvantage to any candidate or political party. The prosecution of former President Donald Trump by the Department of Justice through Special Prosecutor Jack Smith would appear, at least outwardly, to violate these impermissible considerations they're not allowed to make, and is intended to give the sitting president, who is polling miserably with the American people, an unfair advantage this November. This is a clear violation of the Justice Manual, of its plain terms. That's exactly why my amendment would prohibit funding for these prosecutions based on impermissible considerations that violate the Department of Justice's own policy manual, not just for the prosecutions of former President Trump, but also all Americans. The American people want our federal law enforcement to get back to its mission, keeping America safe by taking violent criminals who are destroying our cities, our communities, and our families off the streets, instead of focusing on destroying the Biden administration's political opponents. They expect and demand more of the Department of Justice, and we should too. To that end, Mr. President, I move to concur in the House amendment to the Senate amendment to H.R. 4366 with my amendment, number 1623.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Utah, Mr. Lee, moves to concur in the House amendment to the Senate amendment to H.R. 4366 with an amendment numbered 1623.
Mr. President,
There shall be 2 minutes of debate equally divided.
Mr. President.
The senator from Utah.
Mr. President, at the end of the day, the American people understand something's terribly wrong. They understand that when the Department of Justice is politically weaponized to prosecute again and again political opponents of this administration, including and especially the 45th President of the United States, a man who is the principal rival, the lead political opponent of the current president, something's terribly wrong. They're violating the Justice Manual. That's not right. This amendment would fix that, and I urge my colleagues to support it.
Mr. President.
Senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, the Lee Amendment is such good language, it's already in the law. The Justice Manual already establishes a standard with the virtually verbatim language in the Lee Amendment. Furthermore, the Justice's Manual reflects the express prohibitions against discrimination by law enforcement enacted by Congress in the Omnibus Crime Control and Safe Streets Act of 1968 and Title VI of the Civil Rights Act. It also reflects consistent holdings by the Supreme Court on due process and equal protection. The only time we believe this has been successfully implemented was during the Trump administration, when there was fear that they were going to weaponize the Department of Justice. And this standard, which is already in the law, at least discouraged many from participating in that exercise. The good news is this language is redundant and is unnecessary. The bad news is if we adopt it, we're going to stop the process of appropriating and avoiding closing government this evening. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the Lee Amendment.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent for an additional 15 seconds.
The senator has 30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. Mr. President, to the extent this is already law, fine. We shouldn't hesitate for a second in attaching a spending condition to this. Truth is, it's not part of law. It's part of the Justice Manual. We ought to make it a condition of the spending bill. As far as this causing a shutdown, this is going to take 10 minutes. We're going to have this vote with or without opposition to it. We might as well pass it now. What I didn't hear is any refutation of the fact that the Justice Department has been weaponized against the 45th president, President Biden's lead political opponent. That's wrong. I call for the ayes and nays.
Mr.
Is there
President,
sufficient
do you have
second?
any time remaining?
Time has expired. The question is on the motion.
Call for the ayes and nays.
Mr. President, we all know it's Women's History Month, and though this work should be done year-round, during March especially, we focus on policies that improve the lives of women in America, including the lives of women veterans. For most of America's history, America's armed forces were made up primarily of men in uniform. Not anymore. Today, more than 17% of the active duty force in America are women. As our armed forces better reflect the diversity of America, that means our support system and resources for veterans must also meet the needs of that population. And one of those resources must be supporting our veterans and service members when they want to start a family. Those who serve our nation are at an elevated risk for injury. That is part of the reason we owe them such a debt of gratitude. They do risk life and limb to protect America. But when service members are injured in the line of duty, one consequence can be obstacles to conceiving children. That's why we should pass the Veteran Families Health Services Act immediately. This comprehensive legislation would expand fertility treatments and family-building services that are covered under service members and veterans' health care plans. This includes services across the board to safeguard future fertility, adoption assistance, and most likely in vitro fertilization. Access to IVF recently came into the national spotlight when the Alabama Supreme Court ruled last month that frozen embryos are children and that their destruction can be treated like the wrongful death of a child. That decision by the Alabama Supreme Court had major consequences on reproductive rights in Alabama as major health care providers stopped IVF procedures out of fear of civil and criminal liability. Not surprisingly, Republicans across the country started scrambling, fearing that such an unpopular restriction on reproductive rights could hurt their electoral chances in the next election. In the weeks since the ruling, Republicans have claimed to support access to IVF, and yet many also support so-called fetal personhood bills that codify that life begins at conception and lack carve-outs to protect access to IVF. The simple reality is you can't have it both ways. Although Alabama Governor Kay Ivey signed a law last week that attempted to ensure that IVF treatments continued in her state, many legal experts and fertility doctors are still concerned that the rushed stopgap measure will do more harm than good. And when Senator Tammy Duckworth, my Illinois colleague, a veteran herself who relied on IVFs to start her family, came to this floor of the United States Senate and asked for unanimous consent to pass a bill that would have established federal protection for access to IVF and other fertility treatments. A Republican senator blocked it. If the Republicans are truly pro-family and truly pro-military, as they claim to be, there should be no hesitation in supporting this bill that supports our service members and veterans who want to start a family. Let me make one thing clear. No one should have to choose between serving our nation and having a child. We should be expanding these services, not restricting them. Our service members sacrifice much to keep our families safe. The least we can do is to make sure they have the full range of care options they need to start families of their own. I want to thank the Senator from Washington, Patty Murray, for calling us together for this important stand, one that I think will benefit families across the board and certainly benefit veterans' families who want to start a family. I yield the floor.
Mr. President, there have been more than 9 million illegal alien border crossings on President Biden's watch. At the same time, there's been a 57% decrease in arrests of criminal illegal aliens and a 67% decrease in deportation of criminal aliens. This complete lack of enforcement of existing law has caused unimaginable human suffering across our country. One such tragedy occurred last month in Athens, Georgia. An illegal alien from Venezuela brutally murdered 22-year-old nursing student Laken Riley on the campus of University of Georgia. What makes this story all the more devastating was that the killer could have been stopped, but wasn't. So, how on earth was this tragedy even allowed to take place? Well, here's the timeline. The killer illegally entered the United States in September 22 in El Paso, Texas. He was caught, but then he was paroled into the country. He then made his way to New York City, where he was arrested for child endangerment in 2023, but then he was released. He then fled to Georgia, where he committed several petty crimes like theft and shoplifting. He was not detained by ICE. Then came the tragedy of February 22nd, where he preyed on an innocent young woman jogging around a university campus. This was allowed to take place because of the open border policies of President Biden. It took place because executive agencies are given discretion to determine what crimes trigger a detainer to be issued to take an illegal alien into custody. The discretion loophole has got to be closed. And that's why we're here today, to make sure that these tragedies never happen again. In Laken's honor, Senator Katie Britt of Alabama and I have teamed up to introduce the Laken-Riley Act. This bill would require ICE to issue detainers and take into custody illegal aliens who commit crimes like theft and shoplifting. The legislation also empowers state attorneys general to sue the Secretary of Homeland Security for taking actions on immigration that harm their states or their citizens. Bottom line, if this bill were in place before February 22nd, Laken Riley would be alive today. The House of Representatives passed this bill last week in a bipartisan vote of 251 to 70, including 37 Democrats. You know, in a time of division and polarization, the Laken-Riley Act, it brought both sides together. It's our hope that we can learn from this horrific situation and make some positive change. So let's pass the Laken-Riley Act today. Mr. President, I'd like to yield to my colleague from Indiana.
Mr. President, February 22nd, a 22-year-old nursing student named Laken Riley went for a morning run on a popular trail. Despite doing everything right, informing her friends of her expected return time, and sharing her location with them, Laken never made it home. Her life was stolen by an illegal alien who should have never been in the country. The President's open border policies are solely behind it. Remember, before he came in, we were at record lows. Now we're at record highs. We're even talking about categories we didn't have before, like gotaways. It's a national security risk. Who has come into this country when currently monthly 50 to 60,000 people never confront the Border Patrol, not to mention the 200 to 300,000 that do. This individual had been arrested in New York for a felony. The loss of Laken Riley was an avoidable tragedy inflicted by President Biden and his policies. These policies allow illegal aliens like Laken Riley's killer to roam free even after committing crimes. The Laken Riley Act demands the immediate deportation of illegal aliens when they are arrested for a crime. Makes sense. For those with concerns about due process, remember, we're talking about individuals with zero legal right to be in the U.S. in the first place. Retainers for ICE deportation should already be issued in these cases, but aren't in many cases due to sanctuary city status. We should honor Laken Riley's memory by assuring that no other family ever has to endure this heartache. Pass the Laken Riley Act. I yield back.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. President.
Senator from Kansas wish to be recognized?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Kansas.
I want to start by thanking Senator Budd for leading this very important issue to the Senate floor. We rise today to honor and pay our respects to the late Laken Riley and her family and mourn with her family. Today we call on this chamber to come together to ensure this never happens again. Laken Hope Riley. Laken Hope Riley was a beautiful young woman in the prime of her life, was brutally murdered in broad daylight while jogging on the University of Georgia's campus. Her alleged murderer, a Venezuelan illegal alien, was one of 2 million people paroled by Joe Biden. One of 2 million. Ironically, he was welcomed here on the United States soil by this president and his egregious open border policies. He was stopped by the United States Border Patrol in 2022 when he crossed into Kansas, into Texas illegally. But because of the Biden administration's unlawful mass parole of illegal aliens, he was permitted into our country. From Texas, he moved to New York, where he was arrested by the New York Police Department last year for acting in a manner to injure a child and for a motor vehicle violation. But he was quickly released and never turned over to ICE for deportation. Instead, he was released by police before a detainer could ever be issued by DHS and allowed to roam freely. Then he journeyed on to Athens, Georgia. And now we understand that the alleged assailant is a member of a violent Venezuelan gang. But how can we ever identify who these people are when 10,000 people are crossing our border every day? How can the Border Patrol possibly vet these people in a proper manner? Just like so many other unvetted migrants living in the country right now, this murder was handed the American dream that Laken Riley should be living right now. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. President.
Senator from North Carolina.
It's for the reasons articulated by my friend and colleague from Kansas and friend and colleague from Indiana that, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to immediate consideration of calendar number 341, H.R. 7511. The bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to be reconsidered be considered made and laid upon the table.
Your objection.
Reserving the right to object.
The majority whip.
Mr. President, the death of Laken Riley was a horrible crime, and a heartbreaking loss This 22-year-old American nursing student at Augusta University in Georgia, I'm certain would have made America a better place with her life and contribution to our country. But instead, she was taken from us on February 22nd, 2024. A suspect has been arrested and may ultimately be tried for this crime. That is as it should be. That is how we follow the law in the United States. But when you look at the request before us, it gives me pause. We can all agree that non-citizens who are convicted of violent crimes should be detained and removed from the United States. Sadly, the measure before us does nothing to address this issue. Under current law in the United States of America, non-citizens who enter the country illegally, violate the terms of their status, or have their visas revoked can be detained by officials from Immigration and Customs Enforcement, better known as ICE, as they should be. Current law also requires the detention of individuals with serious criminal convictions and those who have committed murder, rape, or any crime of violence or theft offense with a term of imprisonment of at least 1 year, as they should be. The law also gives ICE the discretion to detain or release a non-citizen in any case where a non-citizen has been charged with a crime, as they should be. To make this decision, ICE must assess the individual circumstances of the case and ensure the agency's limited resources are used effectively to focus on protecting our national security and public safety, as they should be. Remember, the vast majority of Republicans, including the sponsors of this measure, recently blocked a national security supplement bill that would have given ICE more funding to detain undocumented immigrants who might pose a threat to our country. The sweeping approach in the bill before us would eliminate the agency's discretion to prioritize the most dangerous individuals and require ICE to treat those arrested for shoplifting the same as those convicted of violent crimes. Let me repeat that. Require ICE to treat those arrested for shoplifting the same as those convicted of violent crime. This would overwhelm ICE's capacity and facilities and make our nation less, not more safe. For example, this proposal before us would require ICE to detain every immigrant who's arrested for shoplifting, even if the charges are ultimately dropped and don't lead to a conviction. Remember, this bill does not require a charge or a conviction. Tell me, does it make sense to treat a non-citizen arrested for shoplifting the same as someone convicted of murder? I think we all know the answer to that question. This bill would grant, it goes into another area which hasn't been discussed much, which is hard to imagine. But this bill would grant state attorneys general the standing to sue federal immigration authorities if a state disagrees with immigration enforcement decisions made by the federal government. I think on its face, it's unconstitutional. For example, this bill would give a state attorney general the standing to challenge the use of the parole authority, for example, like Uniting for Ukraine, which allowed Ukrainians to flee Putin's war to come to the United States if the state can prove that it had an impact of $100 for the federal government to make that decision. Laken Riley's murder was a tragedy. We must do everything we can to prevent crimes like this from happening. But this legislation would make our system less safe. The reality is that most immigrants in the United States are law-abiding individuals who are seeking a better life in this country. Many studies have shown that immigrants are less likely to commit crimes than U.S. citizens. Mr. President, you know personally from your own experience in Congress, it's been more than 30 years since we have seriously considered an immigration reform bill. We had a chance, didn't we? Just a few weeks ago. There was a bipartisan group, and the White House was part of it, that wanted to sit down and change the immigration and border security laws of the United States. The Republican effort in this regard was led by James Lankford, a conservative, respected Republican from Oklahoma. On our side, Senators Murphy and Sinema negotiated for weeks, week after week, to come up with a proposal. The notion was to finally address the border security of the United States in a comprehensive, bipartisan, realistic way. It was controversial. There were some parts of it I didn't care for at all. But I thought this was a good faith bipartisan effort. We were assured that because the Republican senators had chosen Senator Lankford as their negotiator, that it at least entertained some support on the Republican side. We called the measure on the floor, and it failed because the Republicans would not join the Democrats in engaging in this bipartisan effort. The issues raised this morning by Senator Budd could have been resolved, perhaps, if we would have had that kind of bipartisan negotiation. But it didn't happen. I had my concerns about the deal, but it certainly should have moved forward. When it came to a vote, the vast majority of Republicans opposed it at the request of former President Donald Trump, who urged a no vote, who wanted the measure to stop and not be considered and move forward, and said, and I quote, "Go ahead and blame me for it." Well, I am blaming him for it, and I'm blaming those who stepped away from this bipartisan opportunity. Donald Trump has made clear that he does not want a solution to our challenges at the border. He wants an issue for the November election. And so we stepped away from the only realistic chance to have a bipartisan solution. I urge my colleagues to reject Donald Trump's advice. Let's get back to the table. Let's consider the issues being raised by the senator this morning and other issues that are important, and make a bipartisan decision to move forward to solve this problem. I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I'm deeply disturbed in my Democrat colleagues for objecting to a bill that, had it been in place, Laken Riley's life would have been spared. The Democrat Party's commitment to open borders is causing otherwise preventable tragedies to occur again and again and again. But while we're here, let me address some of the counter-arguments that we've heard. One contention is that this bill would apply to individuals merely accused of a crime, robbing them of due process. Well, the fact that illegal aliens are freely roaming around the country in and of itself is illegal. If they then commit another crime, authorities are well within their rights to detain them. The law that this bill would strengthen already requires detention for those that have been involved in various acts such as drug trafficking, prostitution, and other vices, regardless of whether or not they've been convicted. Opponents of this bill don't just have a problem with this bill. They have a problem with well-established laws on the books. Another argument that I've heard is that this bill would violate the Constitution's standing requirements to file lawsuits. The Supreme Court in United States versus Texas provided a clear roadmap for Congress to authorize lawsuits against the executive branch for failing to enforce the law. The bill follows that roadmap and upholds the Constitution's separation of powers. The bill authorizes a state attorney general or other authorized officer to bring a lawsuit against executive branch officials for failure to enforce immigration laws in a manner that harms such state or its residents. The bill authorizes a federal court to grant appropriate injunction relief. This bill does not prejudge the result of any case or tie a judge's hands. The bill simply ensures that states are given their day in court to protect their citizens against harmful, lawless, open border policies of the Biden administration. I simply don't believe that another American family needs to experience a tragedy like the one that befell the Riley family. And I'm going to continue to work with my colleague from Alabama, Senator Britt, and all my colleagues to push this legislation until it passes this chamber. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Madam President, I'd like to talk for a few moments about, and then I'm going to have a motion, about the impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas. As you know, Madam President, our government is one of laws, not people. Laws, not people. And as you also know, Madam President, the United States Senate is built on precedent and custom and history and the law, not political expedience. We in the Senate are supposed to listen to the American people, not ignore them. And one of the ways we do that, Madam President, is by playing by the rules that we have all agreed to. All of the rules. All of the time. Now, my Senate Democratic colleagues today, or at least very shortly, however, may be willing to jeopardize centuries of this stability, the stability that this body has brought and lives by for short-term political advantage. We all know what's going on here. We all know exactly what's going on here. For the very first time in our nation's history, my Senate Democratic colleagues are seeking to table, maybe even dismiss, an impeachment by the United States House of Representatives of a sitting cabinet official without holding a full trial. If my Senate colleagues do that, they will be summoning spirits that they won't be able to control. Let me say it again, Madam President. The United States House of Representatives. We're not talking here about some snowbro who lives off chicken McNuggets and weed and happens to have an opinion. The United States House of Representatives, elected by all of the American people, spent months investigating our border policy and Secretary Mayorkas's role in it. And then they thoughtfully crafted and they passed with a majority vote 2 articles of impeachment. And now my Senate Democratic colleagues want to toss them out in the trash like a week-old tuna salad sandwich without hearing from either side. In the more than 2 centuries that this body has existed, we have never once tabled an impeachment. Not once. The Senate has never dismissed impeachment articles under these circumstances either. Neither tabled nor dismissed. If the Senate dismisses these charges without a full trial, it will be the first time in the Senate's long history that it has dismissed impeachment charges against an official it has jurisdiction over without the official first resigning, and that's just a fact of history. The Senate has the responsibility to hold this trial, and everybody in this body knows it. Yet, my Senate Democratic colleagues seem willing to forfeit our constitutional authority in order to bury the evidence of how bad the border crisis is. Now, I, for one, want to hear the House's evidence. And Senate Republicans are offering our colleagues across the aisle, all of whom I respect, by the way, a menu of options for how to hear that evidence and listen to Secretary Mayorkas's defense without eroding democratic institutions. If Democrats set a new precedent by making an impeachment trial impossible, as I'm afraid they're going to try to do, they will be silencing the voices of the Americans who elected them, and they will have to own the decisions that they will be making and bear the consequences tomorrow. And tomorrow may come sooner than they can imagine. Apparently, my Democratic colleagues are really leaning in on their double standards. whenever protecting democracy, have you heard that expression? Or upholding, quote, the rule of law. Have you heard my Democratic colleagues talk about the rule of law? I have. I agree with them. Whenever they use those expressions, but it becomes politically challenging, they seem happy to ignore the rule of law and the will of the people. And their political expedience is in full view today. I regret to say that. We'll see what my Democratic colleagues do with respect to my resolution and Senator Lee's resolution. Senate Democrats, I'm afraid, are silencing the American people who want their country's secure border back. And the truth is that the American people are tired of the drug trafficking, they're tired of the human trafficking, they're tired of the sexual abuse of women and children, they're tired of the widespread illnesses, they're tired of the death, they're tired of the behavior of President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas with respect to the border. They're tired of the chaos. They believe it's chaotic by design, and they believe it is undermining their national security. And they're right. Now, the American people may be poorer under President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas, but they're not stupid. They're not stupid. In total, more than 9 million people, foreign nationals, have crossed the southern border under President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas. 9 million. That's 4 Nebraskas. And Secretary Mayorkas doesn't have any idea who they are. He doesn't have any idea where they are. Customs and Border Protections also seized 53,000 pounds of fentanyl from 2001 to 2023. That's enough to kill every man, woman, and child on this planet, for God's sakes. Not the United States, this planet. The southern border is an open, bleeding wound. Now, the majority of the House of Representatives reached that conclusion. That's why they voted to impeach Secretary Mayorkas. And they have sent us their evidence. And that evidence alleges that Secretary Mayorkas' policies have made our immigration system septic. If I were Secretary Mayorkas, I would want to answer those allegations. As a senator, I want to hear the evidence. And I know the American people want to hear the evidence. These are serious charges, Madam President. By tabling or dismissing the articles of impeachment without so much as a trial, like it was just spam in their inbox, my Senate Democratic colleagues are endorsing the Biden administration's lawless approach to the southern border. They're setting a precedent that the next administration can ignore the laws of Congress and the will of the American people as long as it advances the majority party's agenda. That's what they're saying. Now, my resolution will give the procedures we need, set up the procedures we need to conduct this trial fairly and efficiently. My resolution is modeled on the procedures that this body used during the second impeachment trial of President Trump. When President Trump's first impeachment came to the United States Senate, Senate Republicans were in the majority. You didn't see us trying to table that impeachment. You didn't see us trying to dismiss that impeachment because we believe in the rule of law all the time, not just when it's politically expedient. We heard the evidence. We did our job. And that's what we ought to do right now. The proceedings set forth in my resolution are efficient, they're fair, they're honest, they will not uproot the longstanding precedent that we we have given to articles of impeachment in the past. It will give the articles of impeachment serious consideration, as we have always done. And here's my final point. If my Senate Democratic colleagues, let me say it again, each and every one of whom I respect, if they choose to ignore this impeachment, they will have placed their seal of approval on the lawlessness at the border and the chaos it has brought to so many American communities. And they will have ignored 200 years of Senate precedent. 200 years. A charitable interpretation based on policy does not exist for what my Democratic colleagues are going to try to do. It is all based on raw, gut politics. And they know it, and I know it. And everybody in this room knows it. Please don't do it. Please, my friends, don't do it. Please don't allow the Senate to rot from within. The American people deserve better. I ask unanimous consent, Madam President, that the Committee on Rules and Administration be discharged from further consideration, and the Senate now proceed to S-Res 623, my resolution that I just talked about. Further, that the resolution be agreed to, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Madam President,
Majority Whip.
reserving the right to object. Madam President, the senator from Louisiana is my friend. We throw that term around here in the Senate, but it's true. I think he would say the same. We both serve on the Senate Judiciary Committee. We've worked on issues together. We've been adversaries, but we've done it respectfully, and I'll continue that, I hope, this day. But the gentleman, the senator from Louisiana, brings to the floor of the Senate and to this debate special qualities. He sounds many times like a homespun, backwoods lawyer. Don't be fooled. He's a graduate of a famous university in England. I've forgotten which one. Oxford, Cambridge, one of those. They're not in the Big Ten, I'm sure of that. But I know they're in England, and I congratulate you. I was never even considered for a university of that stature. He's a brilliant lawyer and senator and raises important questions, not just for the moment, but for history. The question before us today that he's raising is about the purported impeachment, I should say actual impeachment, of a member of President Biden's cabinet, Mr. Mayorkas, head of the Homeland Security Department. And that is about to be reported to the Senate, and we have constitutional responsibilities when it is reported. In this situation, we are waiting for the actual report to arrive. I think it will be momentary, perhaps this week or next, and we will take up this matter as we are required to do. The House Homeland Committee engaged in a year-long investigation of Secretary Mayorkas and his alleged maladministration of the border of the United States. This committee in the House held 12 hearings, testimony from more than 24 witnesses, producing nearly 400 pages of reports. The Senate, when sitting as a court of impeachment, is not responsible for making the case on behalf of the impeachment managers. We are the jury. We are the ones who will decide the impeachment. Our duty is to make the determination based on the articles of impeachment and the facts at hand. We are not a fact-finding operation. My friend from Utah is also on the floor. During the first Trump impeachment said, and I quote, "The Senate here sitting as a court of impeachment, has both the authority and the obligation to decline to hold a full trial where the material facts of the case are not in dispute, end of quote. The facts are not in dispute here. This is the first time that the House has successfully impeached a sitting cabinet-level official without providing any evidence of a high crime or misdemeanor. None. All those hearings, all those pages, all those witnesses, no evidence of high crimes or misdemeanor, and that is a requirement under the Constitution. The articles of impeachment that will be before us contain zero evidence that Secretary Mayorkas has committed high crimes and misdemeanors. Instead, they can be read as a summary of Republican grievances with this administration's approach to border policy, immigration, detention, and methods of removal and parole, all of which is conduct that falls squarely within the executive branch's constitutional prerogatives. Fortunately, the Constitution was designed to prevent this type of partisan politics driving this effort from contaminating the extraordinary process of impeachment. The delegates to the Constitutional Convention considered and rejected the concept of maladministration as an impeachable offense, in part because they feared the misuse of impeachment for purely political retribution. The Constitution empowers the Senate to have the sole power to try all impeachments and to determine the rules of its proceedings, but the Senate only has the power to convict, remove, and disqualify officers whose conduct meets the constitutional standard. That standard is well known to all members of Congress, and the Senate particularly. Given that the Senate only has the power to convict, remove, and disqualify officers who have committed, quote, treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors, end of quote, the appropriate Senate response to impeachment articles that do not articulate that change, those charges, is obvious. If congressional Republicans were genuinely interested in addressing concerns about our border, they should be willing to work on a bipartisan basis to pass legislation fixing our broken immigration system and give this president and Secretary Mayorkas the tools they've asked for to address the situation at the southern border. I want to make sure this is clear on the record. The border is broken. It needs to be fixed. What we should do, and what we did do, is to establish a bipartisan committee. The Republicans said, we insist that James Lankford, a respected senator from the state of Oklahoma, speak for us and negotiate for us when it comes to changing the rules at the border. We agreed with that. Senators worked with Senator Lankford, whom I respect, and came up with a bipartisan proposal that gave new authority to the president and to the executive branch to deal with the crisis at the border. What happened on the Republican side of the aisle when James Lankford, the Republican senator from Oklahoma, came up with this proposal? All but 7 of them, I believe that was the number, walked away from him and said they wouldn't support it. Why did they do that? You know why they did it. Because Donald Trump announced that he wanted no part of any agreement, any bipartisan effort to solve the problem. And then former President Trump said, and blame me. Well, I am blaming him. We had an opportunity to actually do something on the floor of the Senate when it came to the border. He stopped it. And so many of the Republican senators who begged us to work with Senator Lankford turned their backs on him after the yeoman effort he put into this undertaking. That's the reality. We had our chance on a bipartisan basis, and still do, to resolve this problem rather than engage in any political stunt. Instead, the vast majority of Republicans, including the junior senator from Utah and others on the floor, recently blocked a bipartisan border reform bill that was written by the Republicans' designated negotiator, Senator Lankford. They had their chance. It didn't work. Neither will this. I object.
The objection is heard.
Madam
The senator
President.
from Louisiana.
I will respond briefly. The United States House of Representatives. The United States House of Representatives has found after a lengthy investigation, that the chaos at the southern border is man-made. And the United States House of Representatives has alleged that that man's name is Secretary Mayorkas. We need to hold a trial. Now, Senator Durbin is my good friend, and as usual, he is eloquent. And he sounds very confident that the evidence will exonerate Secretary Mayorkas. How does he know? He hasn't heard the evidence. And he doesn't want to hear the evidence because he's scared that the American people might disagree. That's what this is all about. Raw, gut politics.
Senator from Texas.
Madam President, there are times when the eyes of history are upon the United States Senate. This is one of those times. We are facing today an existential crisis at our southern border. It is qualitatively different than anything we have ever faced at our southern border in the history of our nation. A few moments ago, the senator from Illinois acknowledged the border was broken. Although he acknowledged it in a classic Washington way of using the passive voice, the border is broken, that is designed to hide and obscure who broke the border. He is correct that the border is broken, but it was broken deliberately by the President of the United States, Joe Biden, by the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, by the Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, and by every single Senate Democrat who repeatedly have rubber-stamped and embraced this open border policy. The senator from Illinois said the border is broken. He is also the chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, on which I serve, on which Senator Lee serves, on which Senator Kennedy serves. In the past 3 years, we have held precisely 0 hearings on the crisis on our southern border. The Senate Judiciary Committee cannot be bothered to inquire as to the cause of this crisis. Understand why Alejandro Mayorkas became the second cabinet secretary in the history of the United States to be impeached. The last one was in 1876, the Secretary of War. And now, 148 years later, Alejandro Mayorkas joins him. It is not because Alejandro Mayorkas is incompetent. It is not because he's negligent. It's not because he's bad at his job. Rather, unfortunately, Alejandro Mayorkas is very, very good at his job. However, he does not view his job as securing the border. He does not view his job as protecting our homeland security. Rather, he views his job as openly and directly violating, flouting federal law and aiding and abetting the criminal invasion of this United States. He is not trying to secure the border. He is trying to accelerate the invasion that is happening. He wants more illegal aliens and more criminal illegal aliens released into this country. Under the Biden administration, 10.4 million illegal immigrants have been released into this country. And Senate Democrats are desperate to avoid the misery and suffering and death that their radical policies have produced. In a hearing before the Judiciary Committee, I asked Secretary Mayorkas how many migrants died last year crossing illegally into this country. He said, "I don't know, I have no idea." I said, "Of course you don't. The number's 853. That's a number from your own department, but you don't care about the dead bodies that Texas farmers and ranchers are finding, nearly 3 a day. When I brought 19 senators down to the border to see firsthand what was happening, we went out on a boat on the Rio Grande River. We saw a man floating dead in the river who had drowned that day. By the way, those 19 senators were only Republicans. I've invited my Democrat colleagues, I've invited the senator from Illinois, come to the southern border and see the people that are dying because of the policies you support. None of them have any interest in seeing firsthand the deaths they are producing. Madam President, I've looked in the eyes of children, of little boys and little girls who've been brutalized by human traffickers day after day after day. None of the Senate Democrats want to take responsibility for the little girls and little boys to whom unspeakable evils are being done. Madam President, I've looked in the eyes of women who've been repeatedly and violently raped by human traffickers. None of the Senate Democrats want to take responsibility for the horrific violence and suffering their open border policies have produced. Madam President, when I asked Secretary Mayorkas about colored wristbands on a poster I displayed at the Senate Judiciary Committee, he responded by saying he had no idea what those wristbands are. Madam President, those colored wristbands are worn by just about every illegal alien coming to this country. The colors correspond to how many thousands of dollars they owe the cartels. Understand, the cartels don't view them as human beings. They don't even view them as livestock. They are cargo. And the colors show how many thousands of dollars they owe. If you stand on the banks of the Rio Grande River, you will see hundreds or even thousands of those colored wristbands laying there in the grass. And what Alejandro Mayorkas was saying, as I told him, I said, Mr. Secretary, you've just told the American people you're utterly incompetent at your job and you don't even give a damn enough to pretend to try. When I invited my Democrat colleagues, come to the border and see the wristbands, the Democrats don't take us up on it. And understand why those wristbands matter. Thousands upon thousands of teenage boys, they turn themselves into the Biden administration. They say, where do you want to go? Some will say Chicago, some will say New York, some will say Los Angeles. And the Biden administration puts them on an airplane, puts them on a bus, and sends them to every city in America. The mayor of Chicago, the hometown of the senator from Illinois, has declared it a crisis, the illegal aliens pouring into his city. And yet, Senate Democrats not only will do nothing about it, they continue the policies in place that make it worse and worse and worse. And understand, those teenage boys, when they arrive in Chicago or LA or New York, and by the way, the Democrat mayor of LA has also said it's a crisis. The Democrat mayor of New York has said it's a crisis. The Democrat mayor of Boston has said it's a crisis. The Democrat mayor of Washington, D.C. has said it's a crisis. When they arrive, they owe the cartels thousands of dollars. If they don't pay the money back, the cartels will murder their families. And so they are working for the cartels. There are crimes going on in your home state of California today by illegal immigrants the Biden administration has released that are working for the cartels. There are Californians who are being robbed right now, who are being carjacked, who are being assaulted. There are people in Chicago who are being robbed, who are being assaulted. You want to understand the misery? Take a look at Laken Riley. There's been a lot of discussion about Laken Riley, although sadly, only on one side of this chamber. If a Democrat senator has said the words Laken Riley, I have not heard it come from their mouths. Laken Riley was a beautiful 22-year-old woman who was murdered because of the Democrats' open border policies. How can I say that with such certainty? Because her murderer, an illegal immigrant from Venezuela, was apprehended in El Paso. We had him. We had him. He was arrested. And all Joe Biden, all Alejandro Mayorkas had to do was follow the law. And we would have put the murderer on a plane and flew him back to Venezuela, and he never would have been in Georgia murdering Laken Riley. But Joe Biden and Alejandro Mayorkas made the decision that politics matters more than protecting American citizens, and so they released this violent criminal. He went from El Paso to New York City, where he was arrested again. We had him a second time, this time for endangering the safety of a child. Unfortunately, New York City is a sanctuary city run by Democrat politicians, so what did they do? They let him go a second time. And he went down to Georgia, and Laken Riley, 22 years old, was out jogging, a nursing student. She's out jogging like millions of people do across America. and this murderer took a brick and beat her to death. If either Joe Biden and Alejandro Mayorkas had followed the law, or if New York had kept him in jail, she would still be alive. You know what I also haven't heard from Senate Democrats? The name Jeremy Caceres. Jeremy Caceres is a beautiful 2-year-old boy, murdered in Prince George's County, Maryland, just miles from where we are right now. Murdered by an illegal alien that Joe Biden and Alejandro Mayorkas released just a few weeks ago. News broke of an illegal alien from Haiti that not only did Biden release, but flew from Haiti to the United States. The Biden administration has had over 300,000 secret flights bringing illegal aliens to America. In this case, they brought the Haitian illegal immigrant to Boston, Massachusetts. And what happened just a couple of weeks ago? He was arrested for violently raping a 15-year-old girl who is seriously disabled. These are the very real consequences of the Democrats' open border policies. And yet Democrat senators don't want to confront the people who are dying, who are suffering because of them. Alejandro Mayorkas was not impeached because he's negligent. He's impeached because he's actively defying the law. By the way, he's turned the Mexican drug cartels into deca-billionaires. According to the New York Times in 2018, the revenue from human trafficking the cartels earned was roughly $500 million. Last year, it was $13 billion. Thanks to Joe Biden and Senate Democrats, the drug cartel's profits have gone up 2,600%. That's why the House has impeached Alejandro Mayorkas. Now, what is the Senate to do when impeachment occurs? Well, fortunately, we have a document that tells us what to do. It's called the Constitution of the United States. Under the Constitution, it is the sole power of the House to impeach and the sole power and responsibility of the Senate to try. 21 times in our nation's history, more than 200 years, the House has impeached an individual and sent articles of impeachment over to the Senate. Here's what's happened in those 21 times. In one time, the Senate concluded it had no jurisdiction because the individual impeached was a senator. And impeachment only attaches to members of the executive branch or the judicial branch. So they dismissed that one for lack of jurisdiction. In 3 of them, the individuals impeached was no longer in office. And so the Senate didn't act because it was moot. It was no longer necessary to resolve because the individual impeached was out of office. In the remaining 17 times, all of them, 100% of the time, the Senate conducted a trial, the Senate heard evidence, and the Senate adjudicated guilt or innocence. Each senator stood up and said guilty or not guilty. Well, next week when the articles arrive, we are told that Senator Schumer intends not to proceed to a trial, not to follow the Senate rules of impeachment, not to allow any evidence, but simply to move to table, to throw it out at the outset. Why is Senator Schumer doing so? 3 reasons. Number 1, he desperately wants to stop the House managers from presenting their evidence. Senator from Illinois says he knows there's no evidence. It's like an ostrich putting his head in the sand. One way to know there's no evidence is look at no evidence, hear no evidence, consider no evidence, and do everything you can to prevent the American people from hearing evidence. Number 2, the Senate Democrats want to stop a trial. They don't want the American people to know the suffering and misery and dead bodies their policies are producing. But number 3, the Senate Democrats desperately want to prevent Democrats who are on the ballot right now from casting a vote, guilty or not guilty. They want to avoid an adjudication. Because you know what? Senate Democrats are back in their home state saying, gosh, I'm really concerned about illegal immigration. If they were really concerned, we can decide that next week by voting to fulfill our constitutional obligation to hold a trial. Now, let me say something. I look and see the senator from Illinois, I see the senator from West Virginia. All 3 of us were on the Senate floor at another momentous time in 2013, when then Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid exercised the nuclear option and blew up the filibuster for nominations. That did enormous damage to the institution of the Senate. I remember standing in the well of the Senate 10 feet from where I am now, and turning to Senator Amy Klobuchar that day. And I told her, I said, you are going to regret this day. This is a catastrophic mistake. And I told her then, the result of this decision from Harry Reid and the Democrats will be more justices and judges on the court in the mold of Antonin Scalia and Clarence Thomas. Madam President, if you want to know why Roe versus Wade has been overturned, it is because Harry Reid and the Democrats exercised the nuclear option in 2013. Had they not done so, there's no way this Senate would have confirmed all three of the nominees put forward. It was the direct consequence of the utter disregard for this institution Senate Democrats have. Now, I bring that up because we are at a second moment that is equally consequential. Except instead of nuking the Senate rules as they did in 2013, Senate Democrats are preparing to nuke the Constitution of the United States itself, the impeachment clause, which every single time that the Senate has had jurisdiction and the person has been in office, the Senate has held a trial. If Senate Democrats proceed next week to table that, they will blow up that precedent, and I'm here to make a prediction. Senate Democrats sometimes behave like small children with no ability to look to the future and anticipate the consequences of their actions. Everyone can recognize right now we've got a presidential election coming up in November. None of us knows the outcome. I'm going to posit to you right now there is a significant chance Donald Trump will be reelected as president. I'm also going to posit to you that's an outcome no one on the Democrat side wants to see happen. There is also a significant chance Republicans will retake the Senate. But there is a possibility that Democrats will retake the House. That is a very likely scenario in this election. If that happens, I turn to my friend from West Virginia because I want you to contemplate what will happen. If that happens, I'm going to make a prediction. 1 year from today, we're going to be on this Senate floor. And if Democrats control the House, they will have impeached Donald Trump again. Impeached him a third time and maybe a fourth time and maybe a fifth time. If they have the House, that's what they're going to do. And if and when those impeachment articles come over to the Senate, if Senate Democrats next week dismiss this impeachment, I'm telling you right now, Senate Republicans will do the same thing to any impeachment that comes over from the House. And what Senate Democrats will have done is effectively eliminated the Senate's power of impeachment anytime the Senate is the same party as the president. Madam President, many of us were here the last time this scenario happened. It was the first Trump impeachment. The first Trump impeachment, you had a Democratic House, a Republican Senate, and a Republican president. The Democrats in the House impeached Donald Trump. They sent articles of impeachment over. The Senate Republicans could have played these games and tried to table the impeachment, said, we're going to shirk our constitutional duty. We're not going to have a trial, but we didn't. We followed the Constitution. My question for my colleagues here is there even one Democrat who cares about the institution of the Senate, who cares about the Constitution, who cares about democracy? Democrats love to pound their chest and say they are defending democracy while they are engaging in a relentless assault on democracy. I have an organizing resolution that would follow the precedent and simply appoint an impeachment committee to hear the trial. So the trial doesn't have to be on the Senate floor. That's typically done for presidents. Instead, the impeachment committee could hear the evidence, which is what the Senate has done over and over and over again. By the way, every Democrat who says we've got other things to focus on, FISA and other matters, the impeachment committee would proceed parallel with the Senate floor considering other business. So it would delay nothing on the Senate floor to follow our Constitution and have an impeachment committee, but it would avoid destroying the impeachment power of the Senate, destroying the Constitution, and it would also give the American people a chance to hear the evidence and to hear the presentation of the House managers. Therefore, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Rules and Administration be discharged from further consideration and the Senate now proceed to S-Res 622. Further, that the resolution be agreed to and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object.
Senator from Majority Whip.
Madam President, the date was June the 27th, 2013, and on the floor of the United States Senate, we had done something that no one believed could be achieved. We had, through the Gang of Eight, established a comprehensive immigration reform bill. I was part of that Gang of eight senators, 4 Democrats and 4 Republicans, who labored for months to create that legislation. It was comprehensive, as I noted, covered every aspect from border all the way through the immigration process. We brought it to the floor in the hopes that for the first time in decades, we would finally reach an agreement, a bipartisan agreement. The people who were involved in it, John McCain on the Republican side, Senator Flake from Arizona, Senator Graham from South Carolina, and four Democrats worked hard to bring this to the floor. It was an opportunity for us to finally do something together. It got 68 votes. We needed 60, but we got 68 votes. There was a lot of celebration because business and labor and others were supporting us, and I'm so happy that we got it done. We know what happened to that bill. It went over and died in the House of Representatives. The Republican leadership over there refused to even call it for consideration. Of the Republican senators currently on the floor, 2 of them were on the floor on June the 27th, 2013. They both voted no. Listen to the speeches and ask yourself the question, if the border and immigration policy need to be fixed in America, why weren't you there when we had a chance for a bipartisan approach to comprehensive immigration reform? And to make it even worse, there was an argument made that we would not provide defense supplemental spending asked for by the administration around the world unless we came up with a border reform bill within the last several months. And the Republicans said, we have a leader on our side of the aisle that we want to head up our effort to come up with a bipartisan bill to deal with the border. We do believe it needs to be fixed. It is in crisis. They proffered James Lankford, a conservative Republican senator from Oklahoma, a highly respected senator. I may disagree with him on many issues, but I respect him as a member of the Senate. He was to be their lead negotiator, and we respected that request. The Democrats had Chris Murphy and Kirsten Sinema joining in the effort and brought to the floor, or prepared to bring to the floor, a measure that was a bipartisan approach to solve this problem. Why is that necessary? Because in this body you need 60 votes. If you don't have 60 votes, you're wasting your time. We needed something bipartisan. And so this measure was headed to the floor, and at the last minute, former President Donald Trump announced that he wanted to stop the process. He did not want to even attempt to solve the problem with bipartisan legislation. He said, you can blame me if you want to, and I blame him again. Yes, he did that. And unfortunately, the Republican senators were complicit, most of them, in that effort instead of respecting what James Lankford had achieved and what a bipartisan bill would have made. So you can say what you want, you can make all the speeches about bodies and suffering, and I'm sure that some of that's true. But the bottom line is when you had a chance to do something about it with the bipartisan Gang of Eight bill, you voted no. And when you had a chance to support James Lankford's bipartisan approach to fixing the border, you were not there to be seen. You were loyal to Donald Trump and not loyal to the situation that we face in the Senate. I object.
Madam President.
Objection is heard. Senator from Texas.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that I have 2 minutes to respond. Senator Durbin.
Without objection.
Madam President, nowhere in Senator Durbin's remarks did we hear any mention of the children being brutalized by traffickers. Nowhere did we hear of the women trapped in sex slavery. Nowhere did we hear the words Laken Riley. Nowhere did we hear Jeremy Caceres. Nowhere did we hear a word about the dead bodies, 3 a day nearly, that are being found on Texas properties. Nowhere did we hear a word about the suffering. Instead, what did he do? He pointed to the Democrats' longstanding objection to grant amnesty to as many people as possible so they get more Democrat voters. The Gang of Eight bill was a terrible bill, and Senator Durbin is unhappy that democracy operated and the House of Representatives made the decision not to pass it. That's the way our system works. That's what led Senate Democrats and Joe Biden to decide to just open the border lawlessly because they couldn't actually get the votes to pass their bill. The Schumer bill he's talking about would have made this situation worse. And understand what Senator Durbin is saying. It is the policy of Senate Democrats to support these open borders. They don't have any arguments on the merits. And by the way, Joe Biden inherited the lowest rate of illegal immigration in 45 years. All he had to do was nothing because we had success in securing the border. And Joe Biden and Alejandro Mayorkas deliberately broke the border. And they continue the policies in place that ensure tomorrow more children are going to be brutalized, more women are going to be raped. They know that, and they're not willing to do anything to stop it. That is, I believe, immoral and wrong, and the Senate should hold a trial as the Constitution requires. We owe that to the American people.
From Texas.
Mr. President, I'm glad I was on the floor to hear the distinguished senator from Illinois' comments about Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. This is perhaps the most important law that most Americans have never heard of before. But here we are debating that, and the House having passed a bill and sent it over to us. It's our responsibility now to consider that bill. We all want to protect the privacy and constitutional rights of American citizens. That's non-negotiable. I agree with the senator on that point, and I think we all should agree. But the fact of the matter is the House bill is a reform bill. It's not Section 702 as it currently operates. This provides numerous guardrails, accountability measures, and other measures that I believe will limit, if not eliminate, the opportunity to abuse this authority to the detriment of American citizens. Rather, I believe this law must be passed in order to protect those same people. It's really important for the American people to understand that Section 702 is only available against foreigners overseas. Only foreigners overseas. If you want to get access to any information, even to a foreigner here in the United States, or an American citizen or a legal permanent resident, you've got to go to court and do what the senator says, and I certainly support that, which is to show probable cause that a crime has been committed. But we're not talking only about crimes, the crime of espionage. We're talking about foreign adversaries collecting information on American citizens that they can use to facilitate terrorist attacks, the importation of dangerous drugs, ransomware attacks through cyber crime, and the list goes on and on and on. But I think a fair reading of the House's bill provides the sorts of belt and suspenders approach that we need in order to reform the current practice because of the very abuses that our friend from Illinois mentions. Where I differ from him is the fact that we don't need to worry about acting on this bill by tomorrow night at midnight. Tomorrow night at midnight, the most valuable intelligence tool that's available to policymakers, including the President of the United States, will be eliminated. And what I'm talking about is additional collection of that information because, in fact, the very telecommunications companies that we depend on and that we compel to participate in the collection process will refuse to cooperate if they are not compelled to do so as a matter of federal law. We know that because some have in fact sued to protest that cooperation and that compelling of cooperation. So we need to think about not only what this program is now, but the blindness, the willful blindness we will incur in the future unless we act on a timely basis. And there's really no reason not to vote on the amendments, including the amendments from the senator from Illinois. And I certainly support the right of every senator to offer amendments to try to change the bill as they see fit. Every single day, information acquired through Section 702 protects our national security missions. And I want to mention a few of them. But just think about for a moment, when President Biden gets his intelligence brief each day, that's called the Presidential Daily Brief. It's a compilation of the most sensitive intelligence that's important for the president as the commander-in-chief to have access to. Approximately 60% of the information contained in the president's daily brief is derived from Section 702. So unquestionably, it is a critical resource to protect our country, not just for the commander-in-chief, but for other policymakers, including members of Congress, who happen to be on oversight committees, for example, which I am privileged to be. Well, one of the first things that comes to mind when we think about Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, because it applies only to foreigners overseas who are a threat to national security and so identified. The first thing we think of is counterterrorism. And it's easy to see why, because this authority was first created in the wake of 9/11, the worst terrorist attack America has ever experienced. 3,000 of our fellow citizens killed that day. Section 702 was enacted in 2008 in response to threats posed by terrorist groups, and in years since, it has helped over and over and over again combat terrorism and prevent further terrorist attacks on American soil. Last year, for example, Section 702 helped the FBI disrupt a terrorist attack on critical infrastructure sites in the United States. In 2022, 702 data supported the planning of the U.S. military operation that resulted in the death of the leader of ISIS, the sequel to Al-Qaeda, a terrorist organization that has designs not only on its adversaries in the Middle East, but on Americans as well. In 2020, information acquired through Section 702 helped thwart a terrorist attack on a U.S. facility in the Middle East. And the list goes on and on and on. The point is that Section 702 is vital to America's counterterrorism missions, but its applications extend far more broadly than just on counterterrorism. It's also a critical tool in the fight against fentanyl, which took the lives of 71,000 Americans last year alone. I've been to 6 high schools in Texas where parents, grieving parents, say their child took a pill that they thought was relatively innocuous, Percocet, a Xanax. I know we wish our kids never would take things like that, but they certainly didn't think they were taking a pill that would kill them, but that's exactly what happened, because it was a counterfeit pill that looked like a regular pharmaceutical drug, but it was laced with fentanyl, and it took their life. 702 is a critical tool in combating fentanyl, which is a leading cause of death for Americans between the age of 18 and 45. That's an incredible statistic. In one example, the intelligence community obtained information under 702 that a foreign actor supplied a pill press machinery to a Mexican drug cartel to make fentanyl, which is what happens. The precursors come from China. They make their way into Mexico. They're combined and then processed through an industrial capacity pill press to make it look like a normal pharmaceutical, and then smuggled into the United States. That machinery, that pill press, was capable of producing millions of fentanyl pills, not per year, not per month, not per day, but per hour. We know that one pill can kill. So this machine alone could produce millions of lethal doses in 1 hour. The good news is that this information was uncovered thanks to 702 and was acted upon. And the pill press and other equipment that were seized before they could end up in a cartel's drug lab. But this type of success story is not isolated. Last year, 70% of the CIA's illicit synthetic drug disruptions stemmed from information gathered through Section 702. I know we think of the CIA as our intelligence agency, and it is one of our principal intelligence agencies, but one of their missions is a counter-drug mission. And they were able to use Section 702 to disrupt 70%, or it comprised 70% of their synthetic drug disruptions just last year alone. This intelligence gathering capability is vital to our efforts to stop fentanyl and save American lives. And there's no question that the fight against the fentanyl would take a major step backwards if 702 went dark. Now, I want to that currently collected information could be queried. They could have a search selector to look among information that's already been lawfully collected. But there would be no way that the telecommunications companies from whom this information is collected would cooperate absent a federal law compelling them to do so. As I said, some have sued and claimed that they should not be required to cooperate. Of course, intelligence professionals uncover information about far more than just terrorism and drug trafficking. Section 702 also helps the United States government stop the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. 70% of the intelligence community's successful disruptions of weapons of mass destruction in the past few years have stemmed from 702. This intelligence also helps disrupt our adversaries' efforts to recruit spies or people they try to recruit here in the United States. 702 helps identify and respond to cyber threats. In 2021, you may remember the Colonial Pipeline ransomware attack, where cyber criminals froze the computer systems of the Colonial Pipeline and shut it down, which supplied the major supplier of gasoline and diesel for the East Coast. And they said, we're not going to unlock that network until you pay the ransom. Well, it was Section 702 because the masterminds of this effort were overseas, primarily in Russia, that we were able to use 702 in order to identify those foreign actors in a way that allowed then the FBI to connect the dots and to dismantle that criminal network. Every day, America's intelligence professionals rely on Section 702 to gather timely and actionable intelligence to keep our country safe. Well, there's no question, and I haven't heard any one of our members here in the Senate say that 702 is not helpful, it's not necessary. But they're concerned about privacy, and I am too. That's the balance we must strike between security and privacy. We need both. Well, the Fourth Amendment to the United States Constitution protects Americans from unlawful searches and seizures. Now, that applies in every instance where there's an investigation, whether it's by the FBI or by the local police department. Law enforcement cannot search your home or monitor your communications without going to a court and showing probable cause that a crime has been committed. But there's a lot of confusion about where that might apply in this context, because what we're talking about is not crime in the sense that our criminal laws ordinarily apply in America. What we're talking about is foreign espionage and hostile activities directed toward the United States that have not yet occurred. Ordinarily in America, we don't do anything to try to prevent crimes from happening. We punish crimes once they've occurred, after we've investigated them and prosecuted them. But we don't want another 9/11 to occur. We don't want innocent Americans to be killed in a terrorist attack. And it's not okay to say, well, we'll wait until the terrorists commit that act, and then we'll try to find them and punish them. We want to stop it. And that's where 702 is so important. And it is not true that 702 gives the authority to the intelligence community to target Americans. That's illegal. The senator from Illinois mentioned a number of times where there was inappropriate and frankly illegal use of this information. And those individuals in some instances have been disciplined, some instances have been prosecuted, and that's appropriate. But what the hell, for example, FBI rules and regulations around the use of 702 and codifies them. In other words, it's not discretionary, it's not a matter of agency rules, it's a matter of federal law. And Speaker Johnson, I know, sent out a long list, and perhaps we ought to consider that more closely, a long list of reforms that this bill includes that would make that sort of activity far less likely. Now, I say far less likely because I doubt you could pass any law or any rule that would prevent somebody from abusing them. But we sure ought to make sure that we minimize the possibility, and we ought to make sure that people who do so are held accountable. And that's what this FISA reform bill that the House passed does. Again, this bill allows the intelligence community and the Department of Justice to obtain information on foreigners located outside the United States. So here's one of the questions or one of the issues posed by our friends who have a different view on this. And that is because when a foreigner talks to a U.S. person, well, that should send off flashing red signs, or at least yellow lights. But federal courts, at least 3 federal courts, including the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court and 2 other federal circuit courts, have held that there is no violation of the Fourth Amendment of unlawful searches and seizures of Americans if that is incidental collection, incidental to the authorized collection of foreign communications of people overseas. And how is it that we could possibly expect anybody to get a warrant when we don't even know who these individuals are talking to until after the fact? What happens then is very important and is very different. And that is if the FBI or any law enforcement agency wants to go a step further and ask for more information about the American citizen or U.S. person, then existing law requires that they get a warrant. Requires them to go to court, Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, Article III judges appointed by the Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court, and to get a warrant based on probable cause that this individual is aiding and abetting a foreign adversary or has committed a crime, like espionage. But the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution does not apply to foreigners who live abroad. Where this issue raises heightened concerns is the incidental collection, which I mentioned a moment ago. That is, if a foreign target who lives abroad is communicating with an American on U.S. soil or a U.S. person, like a legal permanent resident, intelligence professionals will receive both sides of that conversation. Again, what I've said, multiple courts have examined the constitutionality of this incidental collection, and in each and every case has determined that 702 complies with the Fourth Amendment. For example, the Second Circuit Court of Appeals in 2019 considered that very question. The court determined that, quote, the government may lawfully collect the emails of foreign individuals located abroad who reasonably appear to be a potential threat to the United States. The court added that once it is lawfully collecting those emails, it does not need to seek a warrant to continue to collect emails between that person or other persons once it learns that some of those individuals are United States citizens or lawful permanent residents or are located in the United States. But as I said, once this incidental collection has occurred, if the law enforcement agencies like the FBI want to go further, they have to get a warrant before they can collect other information about that American citizen or U.S. person. That's no longer incidental to the foreign intelligence gathering of somebody overseas. That's a direct investigation of that person, and it requires a warrant and probable cause. Well, what I'm talking about in terms of incidental collection is not a novel concept. For example, when a law enforcement officer executes a search warrant as part of a money laundering investigation, if the officer enters a home and sees illegal drugs, for example, in plain view, officers can seize that evidence even though it's unrelated to the warrant. That same sort of principle applies here. The Second Circuit, the Ninth Circuit, and the Tenth Circuit Courts of Appeals have all looked into this matter, and the Eastern District of New York has as well. Again, every court that's considered the lawfulness of the 702 program found that it complies with the Fourth Amendment. So there's no argument, really, even among people who have different points of view. There's no argument that 702 is vital to our national security. The FBI and the intelligence community rely on that authority to combat terrorism, to disrupt drug trafficking, prevent cyber attacks, and much, much more. I believe that what's really being argued about here, which we ought to go ahead and lay on the table, is a lack of trust in how these rules are actually applied and practiced. And part of that justifiable concern is based upon abuses in the past. And those ought to be investigated and prosecuted, and those people who violate the law ought to be held accountable. But what the House has done is proposed a reform bill which reduces, if not eliminates, the chance of taking those same sorts of actions, and certainly has provided for accountability, including prison sentences for people who do violate those rules. So this proposal goes about as far as you could go without destroying Section 702 to make sure that the privacy rights and the constitutional rights of American citizens are protected, while at the same time making sure that we can maintain this flow of valuable foreign intelligence to help protect the American people. This legislation codifies reforms that were implemented by the FBI a couple of years ago, which have reduced noncompliance to about 2% of their queries. And these reforms have already proven to work. As I said, the Department of Justice conducted a review last year and found that 98% of the FBI's queries were now fully compliant with these new and enhanced and improved requirements. And those would be codified into law under this bill. So I appreciate the sensitivity that all of us feel about the constitutional rights of American citizens. None of us want to allow any violation of those rights. We're sworn to uphold and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States. And I'm confident that each of us want to be loyal to that oath. But at the same time, we have a responsibility to protect the American people from the sorts of threats that I've described. And allowing 702 to expire tomorrow night would simply blind not only the President of the United States, but us as policyholders, people responsible for protecting our great nation would blind us to the threats that future collection under 702 could provide. Because there is no way that these telecommunication companies are going to cooperate absent a federal law compelling them to do so. So who would be the winner in all this? Well, let's call out a few winners in this if 702 goes dark. China, Russia, and Iran. And you might throw in North Korea. It would limit our ability to understand the threats we are facing here in the homeland before it's too late. So there's a reason why, Mr. President, the intelligence community calls Section 702 the crown jewels of their ability to protect and defend the United States and the American people. And it's absolutely imperative that Congress reauthorize Section 702 with these reforms before it lapses tomorrow night. And I'm optimistic that working together, we can get the job done. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I'd note the absence of a quorum. Oh, I beg your pardon, I withhold the request.
Mr. President.
Senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, I want to thank my colleague from Texas. Though we may disagree on some aspects of this important law, once again, he's made a professional and thorough presentation of his point of view. I hope that those who are following this debate understand it, because it is complicated. Complicated to understand, complicated even to explain. But it seems to me there are a couple areas here that I'd like to express a point of view on the senator from Texas's comments. Number one, I am in favor of keeping Section 702, no question about it. When it comes to its initial purpose, we still need it to keep America safe, and we need it in many different aspects. You mentioned the fentanyl situation. It's horrible. The most recent figures I've received from the Drug Enforcement Administration suggest that over 100,000 victims a year now of fentanyl in the United States. It's the deadliest narcotic. There are at least 2 cartels in Mexico that are generating this fentanyl, Jalisco and trying to recall the other one. But they are actively engaged in drug enforcement agencies monitoring what they're doing. Do we want to use our capacity to get into that business model and to try to find out more information to thwart deliveries in the United States and more fentanyl in the United States? Of course, sign me up. The question comes down to a practical question. Let's assume for a moment that we decide that we want to know if someone involved in one of these cartels is making a drop in the United States. We can use 702 because we are dealing with foreigners in a foreign land. That's the premise of 702. So if we would intercept communications of someone in that cartel in Mexico, the question is, what do we do if the information that they disclose in this conversation includes reference to an American? And what right do we have to go any further in questioning that American's involvement with the cartel? That's when we run into the Fourth Amendment, as far as I'm concerned. And it's a serious question as to whether or not we can ask any questions about text, emails, or phone conversations of the American whose name came up in the conversation that we intercepted of a member of the cartel. That's where we have probably a difference of opinion. How far can we go? I believe if we're going into an inquiry as to what that American's involvement is with that cartel, the Fourth Amendment applies. At that point, we need a warrant. Does the Senator, through the chair, I asked if the Senator would like to comment on what I've said so far.
Mr. President, I appreciate the opportunity to engage my friend and colleague, the distinguished chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee and a distinguished lawyer in his own right. So this is his wheelhouse. But I think I appreciate the question because I think it actually, maybe there's a nuance here that either I misstated my position because I'm of the same mind you are when it comes to an American citizen who's mentioned in a communication with the foreign actor, because this is designed to deal only with foreign actors. What I was referring to as incidental communication is where there's communication between the foreign actor and a U.S. person, and we call it that, a U.S. person, because it can also be a legal permanent resident, but for basically what we're talking about is U.S. citizens. So when that's incidental collection, when there's that contact between a target, foreign target, and the American citizen, that's considered to be incidental collection, and no court has said it violates the Fourth Amendment. But I agree with the senator that if, in fact, there's a mention of an American citizen in that communication and the law enforcement agencies want more information about that American citizen, they have to get a warrant. They have to go to court and establish probable cause in order to get that information, because that's what the Fourth Amendment's designed to protect. I hope I've understood the Senator's position.
Well, and I hope I understand your position as well, because I think we just reached a point of agreement. And the question is, where do we go from here? If the foreigner names an American citizen, that's incidental. If our agency of government decides that they want to explore conversations, phone conversations, texts, and emails of that named American citizen, I think we both agree at that point you've reached Article 4, or the Fourth Amendment protection that requires a warrant. All I've tried to do with my amendment is to condition that situation that I've just described to you to be protected in the law, with 3 exceptions. I create 3 exceptions. An emergency situation. I mean, you can imagine, and I can too, after living through 9/11 and other instances, sometimes you have to move and move quickly, and even the Fourth Amendment warrant may be questionable. And the second part is cybersecurity, where that may be part of it. And the third is where that American citizens happens to be asking to be protected for fear that something's happening to them that they don't want it to happen, so that they ask the agency of the government to go forward and to inquire as to that foreigner, because they want for their own protection the agency to do it. Those 3 things are built in my amendment as well. So we may be perilously close to an agreement. I don't know. I won't presume that. But I think what we've said so far is something that I can live with.
Mr. President, if the senator from Illinois would permit me to respond, I think there's the two challenges I think we face. One is that I think the exceptions that you mentioned basically will mean that the status quo remains, because almost each of those 3 exceptions would be allowed under current law, and so then the amendment would not really change any much in the way of practice. I may be missing something, but you mentioned cybersecurity, emergency situations, and the third is
consent of the person, the American.
And but here's the practical problem. The House of Representatives has passed this bill, and one particular important aspect of this is a warrant vote that was on a tie vote. And so this law lapses tomorrow night at midnight. And it's obvious to me that we're not going to be able to change this bill in a way that then could go over to the House and get picked up and passed before midnight tomorrow night. So basically what we're forced with is a lapse in these authorities during the interim. And I'm not even confident that the House could even pass another bill, even with these amendments. So I don't question the goodwill and the intentions of the senator from Illinois. I think he wants to do what I want to do, which is to protect our country and to protect the rights of American citizens. But I think as a technical matter, that the exceptions he has will swallow the rule of that his amendment would establish, but perhaps even more basically, by just through passage of time, it would prohibit us getting this bill to the president's desk in time to keep these authorities in effect. There's no question that our world is more dangerous now than at any other time in the recent past, I would say since World War II. And so I don't think we could risk going dark by having this authority lapse on future collection, either for the benefit of the Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States, or the rest of us. I want to thank the senator for giving me a chance to answer a few questions and present my point of view.
Mr. President, I'd like to thank my colleague from Texas and say to those who have witnessed this came dangerously close to an actual debate on the Senate floor, bipartisan debate. That happens so seldom that those who have witnessed it should probably call their friends. And seriously, I respect the senator from Texas, and though we may disagree on some aspects of this, I respect his presentation and thank him for answering the questions. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum. Madam President, some years ago I had the privilege of visiting our American service members stationed in the U.S. Navy 5th Fleet in Bahrain, an impressive group keeping a close eye on Iran. Despite a relatively pro-Western population, Iran's hardline leadership regularly has threatened the United States' interest and its allies. Iran has long funneled money and weapons to some of the region's worst proxies, Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, some of whom have attacked U.S. personnel in Iraq and in Syria. That is why I supported the Iran nuclear agreement under President Obama, not because it would stop Iran's belligerence in the region, but because it would prevent it from doing so armed with a nuclear bomb. Well, this weekend we saw the Iranian threat and a massive attack on Israel, one that Israel, with the help of the United States and other allies, was thankfully largely able to thwart. I hope cooler heads will prevail and keep this conflict from escalating in an already unstable region of the world. But make no mistake, because former President Trump petulantly withdrew the United States from the Iran nuclear agreement, an agreement that was working to contain that dangerous program, Iran is inching ever closer to a nuclear weapon. Iran has also cozied up to Vladimir Putin, surprise, who is desperate for weapons from any rogue regime to fuel his disastrous war in Ukraine. So it seems to me it's long overdue for House Republicans this week to stop doing Russia's bidding by blocking the Senate-passed National Security Supplemental. Madam President, I'd like to speak on another unrelated topic now, about the partisan charade House Republicans have made of the impeachment process. The 2 impeachment articles filed against Secretary Mayorkas are nothing more than an attempt to politicize this solemn constitutional tool to distract from the very real fact that the House Republicans are struggling to govern. The Senate only has the power to convict, remove, and disqualify officers whose conduct meets the constitutional standard for impeachment. And listen to that standard very closely, as spelled out in the Constitution. Treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors, end quote. Neither article contains, that we've been in receipt of from the House Representative, contains any evidence that Secretary Mayorkas has been guilty of any of those specific elements in the Constitution, or that he has failed in the exercise of his duties. Instead, the articles of impeachment sent to us by the House of Representatives lay out policy disputes through a regurgitation of Republican talking points on immigration. It is simply not a constitutional crime worthy of impeachment for the current President and Secretary of Homeland Security to implement immigration policies that are entirely within the limits of the law and the discretion of the executive branch. The articles sent to us by the House Republicans claim that the Secretary has willfully and systematically refused to comply with the law because he failed to detain every individual who crossed the border. Remember that standard. He failed to detain every individual who crossed the border. The simple fact of the matter is all presidents, Republican and Democrat, would be found guilty under those elements. Existing law does not require the DHS Secretary to detain every person who crosses the border. Congress left it to the discretion of each administration to decide how best to use their limited resources to implement immigration policy. The articles also attack the Secretary's use of discretion to decide who to arrest and remove from the United States, even though the Supreme Court has routinely upheld these discretionary decisions. I think it is outrageous to allege that Secretary Mayorkas' decisions to reverse Trump policy, quote, breached the public trust, close quote. A decision to change a previous administration's position is fundamentally a policy decision, not a matter of trust. If congressional Republicans were genuinely interested in improving the situation on the border, I've got a suggestion. Why don't we put together a bipartisan group of senators? Why don't we let the Republicans choose their participant in that? And why don't they consider someone like James Lankford, senator from Oklahoma, conservative, highly respected. Why don't they have James Lankford meet with at least one other senator, a Democrat, maybe Chris Murphy of Connecticut, and then perhaps Kirsten Sinema, an independent. And why don't the three of them put together a proposal to make changes, significant policy changes in the border, to give the president more authority to stop the crisis that we face? Why don't we call that for consideration on the floor of the Senate? And why don't the Republicans back that? That is exactly what happened. We've been through this exercise. James Lankford, and I respect him very much, did what he was asked to do, represent the Republican side of the aisle, move forward with a proposal that's bipartisan. We have to be bipartisan in the Senate. You need 60 votes for anything serious. We have 51-49 Democratic majority. Bipartisanship was built into this package of compromises. But what happened? Why didn't that become the law of the land? Why didn't that become the change in the border policy that we're all looking for? The reason is one man. His name is Donald Trump. And he came out publicly and said, I'm instructing my followers to kill this bipartisan effort from Senator Lankford on the Republican side. And then former President Trump said, and you're going to hear from people that they want to blame me, go ahead and blame me for stopping this effort at border reform. Well, I am blaming him. And now we have this exercise against Mayorkas instead of a constructive bipartisan exercise that Senator Lankford, a respected conservative Republican, Senator Murphy, a Democrat, Senator Sinema, an independent, put together and brought to the floor of the Senate. That's how you change the policy, not with some sham process on consideration of an impeachment that is not warranted. Unfortunately, the vast majority of Republicans recently blocked a bipartisan border bill that I just described. Despite repeatedly referring to the border as a crisis, congressional Republicans' opposition was based purely on Donald Trump's insistence that Congress not pass immigration legislation. He wants to use it as a campaign issue in November. He doesn't want a solution, a bipartisan solution, that perhaps Joe Biden would be given some credit for. So he stopped the whole process and stopped the bipartisanship. This partisan hackery is not lost on me or the American people. Instead of doing their job and working to find legislative solutions to complex, challenging problems, too many Republicans have decided that impeachment of a cabinet official for actually doing his job is a better exercise of time. The framers anticipated that partisan politics would result in meritless impeachment efforts like this one, and designed the Constitution to withstand the baseless efforts. During the Constitutional Convention, the framers explicitly rejected a proposal to include maladministration, they used that word, as an impeachable offense, despite its use in many state constitutions at the time. Second, the division of impeachment power between the House of Representatives and the Senate was meant as a safeguard against the danger of impeachment inevitably becoming politicized. In Federalist 66, Alexander Hamilton wrote that the division of impeachment power between the House and the Senate, quote, guards against the dangers of persecution from the prevalency of a factious spirit in either of those branches. To translate that into 21st century terms, what he's saying is we want to stop them from using impeachment for politics. In order for the Senate to uphold the Constitution and fulfill its impeachment obligations, it must dispose of these baseless impeachment articles that we've received from the House. The Constitution provides, and I quote, the Senate shall have the sole power to try all impeachments, and places very limited requirements on how we are to exercise that authority. Chief Justice Rehnquist noted during the impeachment of then President Clinton, quote, the Senate is not simply a jury, it is a court in this case of impeachment. Both the House and Senate have a history of quickly disposing of impeachment investigations and impeachment articles that do not meet the standard of high crime or misdemeanor. This one doesn't. In the 72nd Congress, 2 impeachment resolutions were offered against President Herbert Hoover. After the reading of the resolution was completed, the House successfully moved by an overwhelming vote to table the impeachment articles. Since 1986, the Senate has considered motions to dismiss brought by either the impeached officer or a senator in 6 impeachments and has twice dismissed impeachment articles in the past. So to say this has never been done is just not true. We should follow that example. I urge my colleagues to uphold the Constitution and the intentions of the framers and quickly dispose of these unjustifiable articles of impeachment. Madam President, I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Mr. President, this week, Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is bringing up the failed border bill that the Senate already rejected in February, all in a political ploy to give vulnerable Democrat senators up for re-election camouflage to hide their real views on the border. That failed border bill is nothing but a fig leaf that pretends to do something about border security but wouldn't actually secure the border. In fact, if it became law, it would make the problem worse. This Democrat bill would codify catch and release. It would put into federal law Joe Biden's policy of releasing illegal aliens into this country. That is the cause of the open border crisis we have right now. It would normalize 5,000 illegal immigrants a day. That works out to 1.8 million illegal immigrants a year, every year, year after year, forever. It would provide immediate work permits to illegal aliens when they cross the border illegally. And it would provide many of them with taxpayer-funded lawyers. Not only is the bill, by design, utterly ineffective at securing the border, it is designed to fail. In fact, we can quantify mathematically the chances this bill has of passing the House of Representatives, and those chances are 0.00%. There is, however, a bill that we know would actually secure the border and would do so right now. It would put real penalties in place to end catch and release and to defund the NGOs that are a critical part of the human trafficking network. That bill is H.R. 2, and H.R. 2 has already passed the House of Representatives. I'm proud to lead H.R. 2 here in the Senate. If the Democrats want to do the responsible thing that would actually secure the border, we would pass H.R. 2. But instead, the Democrats deliberately want this border crisis to continue. Every single Democrat member of this body, and we know this because every one of them has voted over and over and over again against policies to actually secure the border. When Joe Biden came into office, he inherited the lowest rate of illegal immigration in 45 years. All President Biden had to do was nothing. Just don't screw it up. But instead, he deliberately broke the system. He made 3 decisions his first week of office that caused this crisis. Number 1, he immediately halted construction of the border wall. Number 2, he reinstated the disastrous policy of catch and release, the policy the Democrats now want to put into federal law. And number 3, he pulled out of the incredibly successful Remain in Mexico agreement. The Remain in Mexico agreement is what had produced the lowest rate of illegal immigration in 45 years. And what happened? We went from incredible success at securing the border to immediately the worst illegal immigration in our nation's history. Over 11 million illegal immigrants have come into this country under Joe Biden and the Democrats. It is an invasion. It is larger than the population of more than half of our states. Now, why on earth would the Democrats turn a blind eye to the people who are suffering and dying? Why would they turn a blind eye to the body bags, to the 853 migrants who died last year crossing illegally? Why would they turn a blind eye to the children being brutalized by human traffickers? Why would they turn a blind eye to the women being sexually assaulted by human traffickers? Why would they turn a blind eye to the more than 100,000 Americans who died last year of drug overdoses? Why would the Democrats turn a blind eye to the families, to the children being murdered by illegal immigrants that Joe Biden is releasing? The answer, sadly, is that they see every one of these 11 million illegal immigrants as future Democrat voters. And it's a cynical decision that in order to stay into power, it's fine for people to suffer and die. In just a moment, I'm going to propound a unanimous consent request to take up and pass H.R. 2. When I do so, we'll have a moment of decision. All the Democrats have to do for this to pass is nothing. Just like Joe Biden, all Joe Biden had to do at the beginning of his presidency to not break the border was nothing. Just keep in place the policies that were working. When I ask for unanimous consent to pass this bill, if the Democrats do nothing, it will pass the Senate and go immediately to President Biden's desk, and he can sign it into law. But I'm going to predict right now we're going to hear two magic words from the Democrats. We're going to hear the words, "I object." Because they object to securing the border. They object to stopping this invasion. They object to standing up to the cartels. They object to protecting the American people. But before I do that, I want to yield to my colleague from Kansas, Senator Marshall.
Mr. President.
Senator from Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the senator from Texas for leading the charge up here to secure our border. Since day one, Joe Biden's allowed the cartels to have operational control of our nation's border, exploiting every weakness and pushing deadly fentanyl into our communities, killing over 300 Americans every day. I rise today to join my colleague in calling for unanimous consent for H.R. 2, the Secure Our Borders Act, which the House passed over a year ago, has set languaging here on this side of the Capitol, waiting for a hearing, waiting for a vote. Now, time after time, the President and his administration have shown us that our national security is an afterthought. We're facing unprecedented times. Under this President's watch, over 11 million illegal aliens are here now on U.S. soil. And instead of taking any real measures to address the crisis, he's doubling down. With just 6 months until the election now, the left wants you to believe they have suddenly stumbled upon a solution to the border crisis they created. In the news this week, we'll see the Democrats' bait-and-switch tactics, and I want to remind the American people to watch what the majority leader and this administration do, not what they say. They have no serious solution. They know it, and that's why it's painfully obvious that the stunts being pulled here this week are politically motivated. Americans across the heartland are feeling unsafe due to Joe Biden's worsening border crisis. Even a state like Kansas is now a border state. Fentanyl's flooding into our communities across the state, claiming a life most every day, and now is the leading cause of death among young adults in America. Joe Biden's border crisis has resulted in over 300 known terrorists being apprehended in the past year for attempting to cross the southern border. Additionally, over 35,000 Chinese nationals and thousands of individuals from countries like Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq, and Syria have crossed through our southern border. We're in a sad state of affairs when our foreign adversaries are paying closer attention to our vulnerabilities at our borders than the President of the United States. Even our own FBI is sounding the alarm, now warning that because of this invasion, we're on high alert for terrorist attack in the coming months. I stand today with a clear message for this chamber. It is time to do what is right for the American people, not politically motivated messaging stunts that aren't serious or sincere to the people who have been victims of the Biden administration's lawlessness. Mr. President, we have a solution to secure our borders, a proposal that could go to the President's desk today. Let's pass the Secure Our Borders Act, H.R. 2. This legislation tightens asylum standards, it builds a wall, it increases Border Patrol agents, and it ends catch and release. It passed out of the House over a year ago, but the majority leader refuses us to take a vote in the Senate. If Senate Democrats were truly serious about securing our borders, enforcing the rule of law, and protecting our nation's sovereignty, they would stop wasting time and take up H.R. 2 today. Without secure borders, we cannot ensure our nation's safety. This national security crisis is unprecedented, and we have thoughtful, real solutions to address it immediately. Americans deserve to feel safe in their own homes. This half-baked so-called border bill is an insult to Laken Riley and her family and every other American citizen who's been victimized by crimes committed by someone who should not be in this country. Even the lead Democrat architect of the so-called border bill has said flat out this legislation does not close the border. You can quote him, "It does not close the border." That's all the American people need to hear to see how fast and loose the Democrat Party is willing to play with our national security. This is a campaign stunt for the candidates you have in battleground states who are on political life support, and no grandstanding in Washington this week will change that fact. I'd like to yield back to the senator from Texas.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, now is the moment when we will discover whether or not the Senate will pass real and strong legislation to secure the border. Again, all the Democrats have to do to send H.R. 2 to the President's desk to be able to be signed today is nothing. And so let's listen for those magic words. The two magic words that would kill this bill are "I object." Let's hear if that's what the Democrats have to say. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 71, H.R. 2. The bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object.
Is it majority whip?
And now for the rest of the story. Last October, President Biden had a major piece of legislation that provided assistance to Ukraine in its battle against Vladimir Putin, provided assistance to Israel, assistance to Taiwan, and a massive amount of humanitarian aid. It was bipartisan, we thought. And then the Republicans, particularly in the Senate, stepped up and said, we're not going to consider any bill like that unless you attach something to deal with our border security. Well, we said, how are we going to achieve that? They gave us a formula that they wanted. They wanted to have their lead negotiator, the Senate Republicans did, one of our colleagues, Senator James Lankford of Oklahoma. James Lankford is a certified conservative. I'm sure he'd be happy to be called that, and a person I respect a great deal. He is a man of principle, and he was in charge of negotiating on the Republican side. So they asked us, who do you want Democrats to negotiate with? We said Chris Murphy of Connecticut and Kirsten Sinema, an independent Democrat from Arizona. The three of them went to work in October of last year, and they worked on this for weeks, months, went back and forth, and it looked many times like it was hopeless. We couldn't reach an agreement. And lo and behold, they did. They came up with a bill that massively changed the way we manage the border. And they brought it to the White House, and they said to Joe Biden, in this bipartisan bill, will you support it? And he said, I will. So we had a perfect formula, a bipartisan bill in a Congress with a Democratic Senate and a Republican House, and a President of the United States who says, I'll sign it. So what happened next? That's the best part. They went and asked the Republicans, many of the Republicans didn't take yes for an answer because we had this bipartisan bill, the architect being the Republican senator of their choice. They decided to ask one man whether they should go forward. Want to guess who it was? Donald Trump. Donald Trump said, no, I'm sorry, I don't want to see this issue go away. I want to be able to work on this issue as part of my presidential campaign in the year 2024. So I'm telling you right now, stop that bill, stop that bipartisan bill, don't vote for it. And he said, and if you want to know, you can blame me. Go ahead and blame me for stopping that bill. That's what he said, that's a quote, it's on the record, I saw him say it. And in fact, most of the Republicans, except for a handful on the other side of the aisle, then decided that the Lankford bipartisan bill was no longer acceptable, because Trump said it was unacceptable. And that's what happened. And so that bill died and didn't go forward. And unfortunately, we know the reality, as I mentioned earlier, any immigration bill that has a ghost of a chance needs to be bipartisan. This bill would prohibit funding for processing individuals who arrive at our border between ports of entry. Think about that. The bill would prohibit funding for processing individuals who arrive at our border between ports of entry. This would prevent Border Patrol agents from executing their duties and essentially create an open border in between ports of entry. This bill would also dramatically limit the use of parole programs that the Biden administration and prior administrations, Republicans and Democrats, have relied on for emergencies. I'm proud to represent the city of Chicago. There's a section of that city called Ukrainian Village. It's near North. I've been there many times, been to their churches, been to their schools, been to their bakeries, as you can tell. I really like that section of Chicago, and a lot of Ukrainian Americans live there. When we decided to help the refugees from the Ukrainian war under President Biden and others, we said that we would give them an opportunity to come to the safety of the United States while the war was pending. In the city of Chicago, we estimate that 36,000 Ukrainians came to Chicago. We basically said to them, if you can find a family to sponsor you, we'll give you a work permit, and you can stay here while the conflict continues in your country. They were absorbed into the Chicago and Illinois and Midwest economy without a ripple. They're hardworking people, good people. They were accepted in the churches and the schools, and their kids went to school there, and they really contributed to the Chicago scene. They've done a great job. Well, the authority of a president like Biden to make that decision for Ukrainian refugees is removed by this bill. This authority has been relied on by the executive branch for decades in emergency situations. The evacuation of hundreds of thousands of Vietnamese allies in the 1970s and the evacuation of thousands of Iraqi Kurds in the 1990s would be eliminated by this bill. This partisan legislation, it only received Republican votes, not a single Democratic vote. This partisan legislation also includes many provisions that are completely unrelated to border security. For example, listen to this one. How about this? Want to put this in a comprehensive border bill? It would prohibit funds from being used by the Department of Homeland Security to purchase electric vehicles for the agency's law enforcement agencies. What in the heck is that all about? This bill would also impose mandatory electronic employment verification, known as E-Verify, on every sector of the American economy. I left a meeting in my office with a person representing farm workers in the state of North Carolina. You know what percentage are farm workers in America working today, going out and harvesting crops and fruits and vegetables? You know what percentage are undocumented? 50%. 50% are undocumented today. So this bill would impose mandatory E-Verify and would include the agriculture industry, and these undocumented workers, 50% of agriculture workers, would be unable to work. What would that do to our food supply chain? I can tell you it would come to a grinding halt, and it would dramatically increase food prices. Hear that, America? This provision by the junior senator from Texas would raise food prices on its own. Massive consequences for American families. This bill is so extreme that there was a bipartisan opposition to it in the House of Representatives. Under close scrutiny, this bill is simply not a serious effort to secure our border. It would harm our economy and make our country less safe and less secure. The bipartisan bill, which Donald Trump and many of the Senate Republicans killed, would have worked to move us in the right direction. We really had an opportunity to vote on this legislation. It would have actually helped us on the border. Though I had some concerns about it, I thought it was a genuine bipartisan effort I could support. I was disappointed, but hardly surprised, that the vast majority of my Republican colleagues, including the junior senator from Texas, who is making this motion today, voted against it. This bipartisan bill, with James Lankford's leadership on the Republican side, rejected out of hand by Republicans in the Senate. It's no surprise to me the junior senator did that. The only time we brought a bipartisan comprehensive immigration bill to the floor, he voted against that too. It's no surprise. This bill, written by the Senate Republicans' designated negotiator, Senator Lankford of Oklahoma, endorsed by the National Border Patrol Council, the union that represents Border Patrol agents. The Speaker of the House declared it dead on arrival in the House before the text was even released. We can only fix our broken immigration system if we do it on a bipartisan basis. Nobody gets their way around here. You have to work for compromise. It is clear that the House Republicans are unwilling to help secure the border under those terms. Instead, they want to maintain the crisis at the border to help score political points for their favorite candidate for president. Instead of a symbolic and failed effort to pass bipartisan bills that won't actually address challenges, let's work together on a bipartisan basis. Let's start with the Langford bill. That's what the opportunity will be on the floor. If you want to change it, let's amend it. But for goodness sakes, let's start with the bill that we agreed was going to be the starting point not that long ago before Donald Trump made his pronouncement. One that supports our frontline law enforcement officials, addresses the needs of the economy, provides a path to citizenship for dreamers and immigrant farm workers, and lives up to our nation's legacy of providing safe harbor to refugees fleeing for their lives. The American people are tired of partisan bickering over immigration. They want us to work together to secure our border, support our economy, and stand by America's fundamental principles. Proudly, I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
Well, I'd like to say I'm surprised, but I'm not. It is worth, though, pausing to reflect both what the senator from Illinois said and what he didn't say. What he didn't say, he didn't dispute the point I made about this Democrat bill they're having a show vote on later this week. He didn't dispute that this bill codifies catch and release, that it puts into federal statute Joe Biden's lawless practice of releasing illegal immigrants when they're apprehended. He didn't dispute that. He didn't dispute that this bill would normalize 5,000 illegal immigrants a day, 1.8 million illegal immigrants a year, every year, forever. He didn't dispute that either. He didn't dispute that this bill would give illegal immigrants who are apprehended immediate work permits. Didn't dispute that. He didn't dispute that this bill would give many of them taxpayer-funded lawyers, and he also didn't dispute a point I've made many other times, although I didn't just make it, that it would give billions of dollars to the NGOs that are part of the human trafficking network, that it would fund the people trafficking millions into this country. He didn't dispute any of that. Instead, he said the standard Democrat line, which is Trump, Trump, Trump. Trump is the bad guy. It's all Trump's fault. And I get in Democrat circles, Trump is the boogeyman. But there's a simple fact. When Donald Trump was in the White House and when he was actually working to secure the border, we had the lowest rate of illegal immigration in 45 years. When Joe Biden and the Democrats are in charge, we have the highest rate of illegal immigration in American history. That is a fact. And all the political smoke and mirrors from the Democrats can't hide that fact. But there's also interesting what he did say. He gave these epic words about Chicago welcoming immigrants. And he's right. Our country was built by legal immigrants, by people following the law, coming here the right way. My father came as an immigrant from Cuba. There is a right way to come following the rules. I found it striking, though, that when he was saying how much Chicago loves illegal immigrants, that he somehow omitted that the mayor of Chicago has declared an emergency because of the crisis of illegal immigrants flooding into the city of Chicago. Illegal immigrants taking resources from the residents of Chicago, being housed in Chicago O'Hare Airport. We're seeing illegal immigrants in places like New York City being put in public schools and throwing Americans out of their facilities. The mayor of New York City, again a liberal Democrat, like the mayor of Chicago, has said illegal immigration is a crisis that is destroying New York City. And yet, Senator Durbin told us, in essence, the Democrats are the party of open borders. He said, farm workers, we can't get anyone to work on the farm unless we have those open borders. Apparently, in the Democrats' view, Americans are lazy and don't want to work, and the only way to grow our food is to open our borders to a full-on invasion. And listen, if some people have to die, if people have to get murdered by criminals and gangbangers released by Democrats day after day after day, that's an acceptable price to the Democrats. Because If you listen to his criticism of H.R. 2, you know what he said? Well, the people who are here illegally, they wouldn't be able to work. My God, it would stop illegal immigration. That is his objection. That is the Democrats' objection. They object to this bill because it would do what they say they want to do, and the truth is they don't want to do that. Joe Biden could secure the border today. He broke the border by unilateral action. Nothing prevents him from reversing those three decisions, from ending catch and release today. He won't do it. He doesn't want to do it. And every Democrat in this chamber supports those open border policies. I'm going to close by observing the very real victims of the Democrats' open border policies. There are some Democrat policies that are victimless. This is not one of them. We've heard a lot about Laken Riley, but it's worth reflecting on what exactly happened with her. Because the murderer that murdered her came from Venezuela illegally. And we caught him. We had him. He was apprehended in El Paso, Texas. All Joe Biden had to do was follow the law. If he'd followed the law, what would he have done with an illegal immigrant from Venezuela? He would have put him on a plane and flown him back. But he didn't do that because Joe Biden and the Democrats have decided they want open borders. Instead, they released this illegal immigrant. They let him go. Now, what did he do? He went to New York City, and we caught him again. He committed another crime. This time, he endangered the safety of a child. And New York City caught him. They arrested him. And what did New York have to do? All they had to do was follow the law and put him in jail. And you know what? If they'd done that, Laken Riley'd still be alive. By the way, if Joe Biden and the Democrats had followed the law, Laken Riley'd still be alive. But New York City is a sanctuary city, so they let him go again. And the murderer came down to Georgia. And Laken Riley, a beautiful 22-year-old woman, a nursing student, she went out jogging for what she thought was going to be a beautiful day. And this murderer, this illegal immigrant that Democrats had released over and over and over again, picked up a brick and beat her to death. Mr. President, that's happening every week. Another name you don't hear Democrats say is Jeremy Caceres. Jeremy Caceres is a beautiful 2-year-old boy. Was murdered in Prince George's County, Maryland, just a few miles from where we are right now, by another illegal immigrant that Joe Biden and the Democrats released. And I want to finally point, Mr. President, to a 15-year-old girl in your home state, in Boston, Massachusetts. Not only is the Biden administration allowing a completely open border and releasing illegal immigrants that are apprehended, but they are flying hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants directly from their home countries into America. In this case, the Biden administration flew an illegal immigrant from Haiti to Boston, Massachusetts. He didn't try to cross illegally. The Biden administration said, come on, get on an airplane, we'll bring you to Boston. And you know what he did in Boston? He's been arrested now for violently raping a 15-year-old girl with severe mental disabilities. This is sick, this is grotesque, and this is happening day after day after day. And we have a bill right now we could pass that would stop it. And the Democrats' answer is, I object. And another American is going to be killed next week, and the week after, and the week after, and the Democrats, all in the name of power, are perfectly fine with it. The good news is an election is coming. And in January 2025, with a new administration, we will solve this problem. We will secure the border. We will stop this invasion. And we'll protect the American people. I yield the floor.
Senator from Alabama.
Madam President, it's great to hear my Democrat colleague come out against what's happening at the border. It is a disaster, and it is a national security threat. 3 weeks ago, 2 illegal immigrants attempted to break into the Marine base at Quantico in Virginia. Both individuals are Jordanian nationals who were apprehended by Customs and Border Patrol protection at the southern border and released into the United States. One of them is allegedly on the terrorist watch list. Now, how did we get here? How did we get to the point where two people who entered the country illegally and were not screened or vetted tried to drive a truck onto a military base? Let me say that again. These people are not being screened or vetted. We have no idea who these people are. But here's what we do know about the people who have invaded our country. 25,000 Chinese nationals have entered our country since October the 1st, 2023. 184,000 Haitians have entered under Joe Biden's mass parole program, along with 101,000 Venezuelans, 91,000 from Cuba, 75,000 Nicaraguans. And this doesn't count the 76,000 Afghans who came here after Joe Biden's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. As I've repeatedly said, I've got no problem with legal immigration, nor do my Republican colleagues. America is the land of freedom and opportunity. If people want to come here legally, we'll welcome. But we cannot have terrorists crossing our borders unverified. Ask the FBI. Beyond the safety concerns, we simply cannot afford to support the 11 million illegal immigrants who have illegally crossed our borders in the past 3.5 years. I don't know if Joe Biden missed the memo, but folks, we are dead broke. Dead broke. Yet we're shelling out hundreds of billions of dollars to support these 11 million illegal immigrants. And this does not count the millions of what we call gotaways, who obviously, if they can come across and not be apprehended, why in the world would they go somewhere and run from the Border Patrol? It's because they are criminals. A recent report from the House Committee on Homeland Security estimated the southern border surge is costing the American taxpayers about $450 billion a year. You got that right. It's costing the American taxpayers $450 billion a year. After 10 years, we're looking at a $5 trillion bill. In terms of actual benefits, it is estimated that illegals receive $42 billion in welfare annually, $68 billion in education, $7 billion in health care. We're spending hundreds of billions of dollars to support all these people. The American taxpayers can simply not afford it. So, why are Joe Biden and the globalist Democrats allowing this to happen? Why is this going on? It is simply because Democrats care more about keeping power than they do about safety and protecting the American taxpayer and American citizen. A New York congresswoman confirmed this. She said she welcomes illegal immigration because it helps with redistricting. The president and his progressive left Democrat Party know that the more people that they can get in this country, the longer they stay in power by increasing the population in the blue districts. Simple fact. But enough's enough. Too many American lives have been lost due to the blatant disregard of U.S. law by the Biden administration. It is time elected officials fulfill their obligation and the oath of office, starting by protecting the country from all enemies, foreign and domestic. So, this bill, the Border Act of 2024 that Schumer is forcing us to vote on, is basically an absolute joke. And by the way, President Trump has never told me, and I talk to him weekly, never said one word about the border. I don't know where my colleague from Georgia got this information, but it's false. If he'd have told anybody, he'd have told me. It doesn't even, this bill of Border Act of 2024, it doesn't even have the word security in the title. That's because this bill will only make the crisis at the southern border worse. It's a border invasion bill. It's not a border bill. It's a border giveaway paid for by the American taxpayers, trillions of dollars. It also weakens the power of the president by suggesting the president close the border only when Customs Border Patrol has apprehended 4,000 illegal immigrants a day. Yeah, you heard that, a day. So we're going to pass a bill that's going to allow 4,000 people to come here a day. That's insane. Last time I checked, the Commander-in-Chief already has full authority to secure the border. Nothing new about that. That's supposed to be a basic requirement of his job. Protect the American citizens, protect our borders, protect our country. The bill also includes zero funding for the border wall, zero. And it codifies dangerous catch and release policies. So, how do we get here? How is a border bill crafted that does nothing to secure the border? Republican leadership put together this bill. They pushed things without telling the rest of the caucus and said, at the end of the day, this is the bill that we come up with, and we rejected it. Most of us didn't even know what was in the bill, even at almost the time of the vote. The bill is just another public relations stunt from globalist Democrats pretending to care about the border during an election year. We need to get serious about national security created by open borders. Serious. If we don't believe that, we need to ask our allies over in Europe that have pretty much had their country destroyed by immigration. The American people don't want another messaging exercise. They want to feel safer in their neighborhoods. They pay our bills. They deserve it. We're here for them. Over the last 3 years, Americans have watched in disbelief as Joe Biden has intentionally erased our borders and invited millions of illegal immigrants to invade our country. My bill, the Border Safety and Security Act, would shut down our borders until the Department of Homeland Security regains operational control, because as we speak, the border is being overrun. That means the border would be completely closed until DHS is able to track exactly who is coming into the country by either detaining them or setting up a program similar to Remain in Mexico. It's that simple. If Democrats are serious about securing the border, they will support the Border Safety and Security Act. As if in legislative session, and notwithstanding Rule 12, I ask unanimous consent that Judiciary Committee be discharged from further consideration of S-696 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. Further, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection? Reserving the right to object. Mr. President, the background that leads up to this moment is worth a minute or two to be explained. It was October. We faced some ominous challenges around the world. Our allies and friends were in conflict, and the United States wanted to stand by them. President Biden made a request for a defense supplemental and said we need to move on this quickly. For example, our friends in Ukraine who are fighting off the barbaric tactics of Vladimir Putin need our continued help. We shouldn't waste any time. And at the time, several members of the Senate on the other side of the aisle said, no, you cannot even consider helping Ukraine fight this war against Putin unless you do something about our border. There's got to be a change in our border policy. And so there eventually emerged a group that took on the task of writing a bipartisan bill. And make no mistake, legislation on a subject as serious as this will never pass as a partisan piece of legislation. It has to be bipartisan. And so both sides of the aisle decided to enlist their colleagues to sit down and do a deliberative effort to write a bipartisan border bill to address the crisis we faced at the border. The Republicans chose as their spokesperson, their negotiator, James Lankford of Oklahoma. James Lankford is a certifiable, conservative Republican, respected on both sides of the aisle. I join that chorus of respect for him. And the Republicans said to us, none of these freewheeling efforts, James Lankford's our man. He will negotiate this and we'll stand by him. At that point, Chris Murphy, Democrat from Connecticut, was enlisted to be part of that negotiating effort, along with the senator from Arizona, and they sat down and started a three-way effort to find a bipartisan bill. They worked on it not just for weeks, but for months. During that period of time, I met with them from time to time, not to interject my efforts or any ideas I had, but just to measure their progress. And they were not happy about the course of business and how quickly they could reach a conclusion. But the fact of the matter is, they did. They reached a bipartisan agreement, one which I don't agree with in many aspects, but a good one, a heartfelt, serious effort, bipartisan, Democrat and Republican effort. And we were prepared and did call on the floor of the United States Senate this bipartisan bill that Senator Langford had led the Republicans into establishing. I believe it ended up with 4 votes. 4 votes. The Republicans who had told us, keep your hands off Democrats when it comes to Langford's efforts, let him do the work, when he finally produced an effort, a good faith effort, rejected it, walked away from it. The senator from Alabama just explained they didn't have time to read it. If I recall, there were several days that passed where that bill was available for our staffs to analyze and others to look at. Most of us who wanted to knew the contents of it, and I thought it was a step in the right direction moving forward. But it was rejected by the same Republicans who initiated the process by saying there'll be no supplemental for defense until there's a bipartisan bill, and the bipartisan bill is to be put together by the senator from Oklahoma, and when it finally appeared before us, they walked away from it. They walked away from it, this bipartisan bill. I will just tell the senator from Alabama, I've worked on this issue for a number of years. The only effort I've seen that finally resulted in a comprehensive immigration reform that came to the floor was totally bipartisan. A gang of 8 senators, which I was part of, led by Senator McCain on the Republican side, produced a good bill that received over 65 votes. It wasn't taken up by the Republicans in the House, but it was a good faith bipartisan effort. That is the only way that we can pass legislation that is meaningful when it comes to immigration. The bill that the senator from Alabama produces here today will not secure our border. It will not prevent. It will prevent the flow. It will not prevent the flow of illicit drugs through ports of entry or improve public safety. It would allow the Secretary of Homeland Security to suspend the entry of all asylum seekers at the border anytime the Secretary deems it necessary to achieve, quote, operational control of the border, whatever that phrase means. Let's be clear. No Secretary of Homeland Security, including the Secretary under President Trump, has ever achieved operational control of the border. The bill also requires the suspension of entry at the border of all asylum seekers if all asylum seekers cannot be detained and placed in expedited removal. Once again, no administration, Republican or Democratic, has ever been able to detain and place in expedited removal all or even most asylum seekers, not even President Trump. Couldn't be done. And no Congress has been willing to provide the funding that would be necessary to do it. This bill would indefinitely end asylum protection without additional resources for the Department of Homeland Security, without any alternatives for desperate women and children fleeing persecution, and without any additional consequences for those who violate our laws. We have learned from past experience that attempting to shut down the border is inhumane and simply doesn't work. To assume that this is one big wall that we can close the gate on is just wrong. It's not the reality. Our experience with Title 42 Emergency Health Authority demonstrated this. Repeated attempts at unlawful crossings soared despite Title 42, as did the number of non-citizens who successfully evaded the Border Patrol, often referred to as gotaways. Recent data from CBP shows that in fiscal year 2024, the daily number of gotaways was 70% lower than the period immediately before the end of the use of Title 42. The reality is that our current laws for processing asylum seekers at the border are fundamentally broken, and measures like this bill will not fix them. The bottom line is the buck stops here. The buck stops here in the United States Senate and the House of Representatives. The last time we passed meaningful immigration reform was over 30 years ago, and we wonder why this broken system continues to be broken. It's because of our dereliction. In contrast, we have the opportunity to vote on a bipartisan border bill, which will be offered tomorrow. It is written by Senator Lankford, Republican of Oklahoma, Senator Murphy, and Senator Sinema. This legislation would actually help secure the border and provide essential national security funding. It would reform broken laws that are not working to process asylum seekers at our borders, and it would provide desperately needed resources to our agencies to allow them to implement these new provisions. While these new processes are being implemented, the bipartisan border bill would provide for a temporary suspension of asylum in between ports of entry if the number of asylum seekers arriving at the border exceeds the capacity of DHS to process. I have some concerns about the bill, but it reflects a genuine bipartisan effort to create solutions to outdated laws and underfunding that have plagued the immigration system for years. I was really disappointed, as I'm sure Senator Lankford was, to see most of my Republican colleagues vote against that bipartisan bill. Though the bill was written by Senate Republicans' designated negotiator, Senator Lankford, and endorsed by the National Border Patrol Council, the union that represents Border Patrol agents, the Speaker of the House declared it, quote, dead on arrival in the House before the text was even released. To think that the Border Patrol agents said that this will improve the situation, the Lankford bill, and the Republicans still voted against it, tells us the whole story. I hope my colleagues will work with me to pass immigration legislation that the American people deserve, one that supports our frontline law enforcement, addresses the needs of our economy, provides a path to citizenship for dreamers and immigrant farm workers, and lives up to our nation's legacy of providing safe harbor to refugees fleeing for their lives. The American people are tired of partisan posturing and bickering over immigration. That is why this bipartisan bill, which was encouraged by the Republicans and the Democrats, needs to be the starting point of our negotiation. They want us to work together to secure the border, support our economy, and stand by America's fundamental values. I object.
Objection is heard. The senator from Alabama.
Well, there you have it. The American people have their answer. Democrats don't care about securing the border. They never have, and they never will. They pretend to. They continue to choose open borders. More crime, more fentanyl overdoses, more human trafficking, and more American deaths. Democrats will say the Republicans tanked a bill that would have secured the border. You just heard that. This is a blatant lie. This bill, crafted by Democrats, would have done absolutely nothing to strengthen the border. Not one thing. In fact, it would have made things worse. It would codify the problems that we've had the last 3.5 years. My colleagues have offered real solutions. Republican colleagues offered real solutions for the last month to fix the problem. We have a huge problem. Somebody needs to recognize that. But my Democratic colleagues have voted against and objected to every single thing that we've brought up. Don't buy into this lie. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have found this conversation so interesting. I will remind my colleagues that H.R. 2, a border security bill, actually did come to the Senate. And it has been here since May 15th of 2023, an actual border security bill. And the fact that the provisions in front of us are not border security provisions are things that are of concern. I have come to the floor to talk about the Biden administration ending a policy that we had during the Trump years, and it was familial DNA testing at the southern border. Now, they chose to end this. Nobody has benefited more from this reckless decision of the Biden administration than these cartels that are abusing and recycling minors to help illegal aliens. Yes, indeed, they are recycling children. They're recycling children who have no relationship to the adults that are bringing them in, because these illegal aliens being pushed by the cartels are attaching children to the adults so that they appear as a family unit at the border, and that will help them to get asylum. While more than 400,000 migrant children have crossed our border under this administration, reports show us that as many as 30% of those children that are DNA tested by border agents are not related to the illegal aliens who are posing as their family members. So I come to the floor to call for a motion to proceed to S 1843, the End Child Trafficking Now Act, to restore familial DNA testing at the border. The bill would criminalize child recycling. It would require DHS to deport illegal aliens who refuse a DNA test. It would mandate a maximum 10-year sentence for illegals who fabricate family ties to a minor, and require HHS to process such children as unaccompanied minors. Protecting migrant children should not be controversial, but if my Democrat colleagues object, they are making their position clear on this issue. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to legislative session. Further, that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of S 1843, and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object. Mr. President,
Senator from Illinois.
I understand this bill is intended to, quote, require a DNA test to determine the relationship between asylum-seeking adults at the border and, quote, any accompanying children. However, it fails to accomplish this goal, and our current laws already include provisions to allow for DNA testing. Under current law as written, DHS and the State Department already have the necessary authority to collect DNA where there's any question about the familial relationship between a non-citizen and a minor child traveling with them. At the southwest border, the Department of Homeland Security currently conducts DNA testing when there's any question about the validity of the parent-child relationship, and additional scrutiny is placed on individuals who are not related to the child to ensure that a child is not being trafficked. Due to what I assume is a drafting error in this proposal before us, I have to note that this bill would not even apply to families seeking asylum at the border. As it is currently written, this bill only applies to someone who is, quote, admitted, close quote, to the United States. But under our immigration laws, asylum seekers at the border, quote, enter, close quote, the United States, but are not usually, quote, admitted. There's a big distinction here. That means that this bill would apply to any non-citizen family coming to the United States through our legal immigration system, but not families crossing the border to claim asylum. Exactly the opposite of what the senator says that she wanted to achieve. The family relationship of those who are coming to our country through the legal immigration system are usually validated by multiple agencies before applicants are issued a visa. For example, assume a family from Mexico wanted to come to Disneyland in Florida and apply for a visitor's visa for that purpose for themselves and their children. They would need to prove at the airport under this bill that they are the relatives or guardian of the children or submit to a DNA test. Is that what we're going to expend our energy on? If the family refuses, the adults may be arrested, the children will be treated as unaccompanied children and placed in custody. Is that what we want to achieve? This bill would require every such family to prove their relationship with their children at the airport or other ports of entry. The burdensome requirements in this bill would bring our system for processing lawful travelers to a halt and deter legitimate trade and tourism in the United States. As a senator from Tennessee knows, protecting kids has been one of our top priorities in the Judiciary Committee. Last year, we held 2 hearings on safety and well-being of children seeking refuge in the United States. We heard from child trafficking experts and government witnesses. Following up on these hearings, the committee is in the midst of an ongoing investigation of the issue. We all agree that no child should be abused, exploited, or trafficked, whether the president's a Republican or a Democrat. I vigorously oppose the Trump administration's inhumane family separation policy, and I've demanded that the Biden administration do more to protect migrant children. It's easy to criticize the executive branch, but let's take a look at the reality of the situation. We need to look in the mirror. It has been decades, over 30 years, since Congress passed meaningful immigration legislation. In less than an hour, at 2 o'clock, every senator, Republican and Democrat, will have a chance to make history, to start us on a conversation, a bipartisan conversation for a better immigration system. Instead of lobbying partisan attacks, let's come together across the aisle to fix the broken immigration system. We should provide funding for enforcement against child labor violations and ensure child migrants have the services they deserve. I've introduced legislation to improve sponsor vetting and placement, help children navigate our legal system, and better protect minors in government custody. I welcome my colleagues from either side of the aisle to join me. I'd be more than happy to sit down with any of my colleagues to discuss solutions that would prevent child trafficking. Sadly, this bill does not accomplish that goal at all. I object.
President.
The objection is heard. The senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that the esteemed chairman of the Judiciary Committee is misreading the bill, because this would apply to people that are entering the United States. It would apply to those that are coming to the southern border. And this is a process that had been in place. The Biden administration chose to stop this process. Mr. President, what we understand is they chose to stop this because the test takes 45 minutes to determine if that child is or is not related. 45 minutes to determine if that child should be left with those adults. And 30% of the children that are DNA tested at that southern border are found to not be related to the adult who is holding them by the hand, who is bringing them in the country. So I would ask my colleagues, is 45 minutes too much time to take to be sure that a child is secure? We have had 10 million people come to that border. We have had 400,000 of those children. Don't we want to provide the best for these children and separate them from traffickers? And by the way, HHS has lost track of 85,000 of these children. They can't tell your committee, Mr. President, where those children are. They can't tell Judiciary Committee where those children are. 85,000 children. We do not know if they are dead or alive. We do not know if they are being labor trafficked, sex trafficked. We do not know what is happening. DNA testing is a way to help save some of these children. We should return to this policy. And by the way, again, I will mention H.R. 2 has been in here. Homeland Security Committee has had 374 days to have a markup on a border security bill. They chose not to. Judiciary Committee could have had a markup on a border security bill. They did not do it. But they're bringing a political stunt bill to the floor today to try to push it through to give cover to vulnerable members of your party. Yield the floor.
Majority Whip.
Madam President, I rise today in the Senate to pass the Defiance Act, a bipartisan bill that provides a remedy for victims of non-consensual sexual exploitation deep fakes. And I want to thank the Senate co-sponsors of this legislation. They include my ranking Republican member, Senator Lindsey Graham, the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, as well as Senators Klobuchar, Hawley, King, and Lee. This bill is truly bipartisan. And I've been proud to partner with the New York Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who introduced this legislation in the House of Representatives with 4 Republican and 4 Democratic co-sponsors. As you can see in both the Senate and the House, this is a bipartisan measure, and when I describe it, you'll understand. Sadly, Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez herself is a victim of what is known as explicit deep fakes. I commend her for her work and courage to create tools for victims in the fight against this despicable conduct. The spread of these deplorable deepfakes is like a fire burning out of control. What used to take extraordinary technological expertise and a lot of time can now be done with the push of a button. Countless apps can swap someone's face onto another person's body or can digitally remove someone's clothing. These apps are often advertised as harmless entertainment, but when explicit images are produced and shared without the consent of the person depicted, the harm is very real. The exploitation of young children, the exploitation of women is really the price that's being paid for this. Imagine losing control over your own likeness and identity. Imagine how powerless victims feel when they cannot remove the illicit content, cannot prevent it from being reproduced, and cannot prevent new images from being created. The negative consequences to the victims can be profound. Victims may draw into silence themselves by withdrawing from online spaces and public discourse as a protective measure. They may endure threats to their employment, education, or reputation, or suffer additional criminal activity such as extortion and stalking. Some experience depression, anxiety, and fear of being in public, and in the worst case scenario, victims are driven to suicide. Representative Ocasio-Cortez recently described her own reaction to being depicted in sexual deepfakes without her consent. She said, and I quote, "There's a shock to seeing images of yourself that someone could think are real." She described how it resurfaced trauma and haunts her thoughts. Once these deepfakes are seen, they cannot be unseen. As she put it, quote, "Deepfakes are a way of digitizing violent humiliation against other people." Prominent women are often the target of non-consensual sexually explicit deepfakes. Singers, actors, politicians alike. You cannot escape the conclusion that these images are intended to diminish and shame women. But sadly, the victims can be anyone. There are many distressing reports this year of middle school and high school struggling to respond to the spread of sexually explicit deepfakes of students. In March of this year, at least 22 students at the Richmond Burton High School in McHenry County in my home state of Illinois learned they were depicted in deepfakes circulating online. One of the images was a doctored version of a photo of two female students taken at the school prom. The perpetrator digitally removed their clothes to make it appear that they were unclothed. The prom is supposed to be a joyous rite of passage for teenagers, a happy memory they keep for the rest of their lives. And now that memory has been stolen from these two young women. Sadly, we are seeing an explosion of images like these. One researcher found that the number of non-consensual, pornographic, deep life videos available online has increased ninefold in the last 5 years. Such videos have been viewed almost 4 billion times. 4 billion times. Monthly traffic to the top 20 deepfake sites increased by 285% from July 2020 to July 2023. Search engines directed 25 million visits to the 5 most popular deepfake sites in July 2023 alone. And tragically, under the law now, the victims have no legal remedy. Time and again, victims are told nothing can be done to help them because existing laws simply do not apply to deepfakes. This is not just a gap in the law. It's an omission that shows a blatant disregard for the trauma of children, women, and girls who are victimized by this crime. But this Defiance Act will change that. It will give the victims a day in court. Once this bill is signed into law, victims finally will have the ability to hold civilly liable those who produce, disclose, solicit, or possess sexually explicit deepfakes, while knowingly or recklessly disregarding that the person depicted did not consent to the conduct. I'm proud that we've collaborated with the survivors' advocates on this bill. They have lived experience and leadership and have shaped this bill. This bill was carefully crafted to comply with the First Amendment. As the Center for Democracy and Technology wrote in their letter endorsing the bill, it is constitutional because it addresses, quote, a uniquely compelling problem with a narrowly tailored solution. In addition to the CDT, the Defiance Act is supported by the National Center on Sexual Exploitation, the Sexual Violence Prevention Association, the National Women's Law Center, My Image, My Choice, PACT, Rights for Girls, and many others. Congress has waited too long to act. Can you imagine in your own family if it was your wife, your daughter, your niece, or some young woman that you love who was exploited this way, who had to see these images and try to erase them from their minds, who realize that they have no power now under the law, no power to protect themselves. They are helplessly exploited, and their lives can be changed for the worse. We have waited far too long to act. This is a bipartisan measure in both the House and the Senate. It is past time to give victims of non-consensual sexual exploitation and explicit deepfakes the tools they need to fight back. Madam President, notwithstanding Rule 22, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of S3696, the Disrupt Explicit Forged Images and Non-Consensual Edits Act of 2024, and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. I further ask consent that the Durbin-Grassley substitute amendment at the desk be agreed to. The bill is amended be considered read a third time and passed, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection? Wyoming.
Reserving the right to object, I strongly support the intent behind this legislation. We must combat the deeply harmful practice of non-consensual deepfake pornography. It is as serious as the gentleman from Illinois just described. But I'm troubled that this bill, as currently drafted, is overly broad in scope. The expansive definitions and wide net of liability in this bill could lead to unintended consequences that stifle American technological innovation and development. By extending liability to third-party platforms that may unknowingly host this illicit content, I worry this bill places an untenable burden on online services to constantly police user-generated posts. Even platforms making good faith efforts to remove illegal deepfakes could become inundated with frivolous litigation. A more prudent approach would be to tailor legislation to focus on publishers and knowing distributors. And such legislation exists. It is the Cruz-Klobuchar bill. We must ensure that in our noble efforts to prevent abuse, we do not inadvertently impose overbroad restrictions and spur excessive lawsuits that would chill the development of American emerging technologies. I stand ready to work with my colleagues to find this crucial balance. For these reasons, I object. And I yield back.
Objection is heard.
Madam President,
Majority Whip.
I'm disappointed, seriously disappointed. When we talk about these young women and young children being exploited and have bipartisan legislation before both the House and the Senate to deal with it, it is important that it be characterized properly. First, there is no liability under this proposed law for tech platforms, despite what was said by the gentlelady from Wyoming. And secondly, the idea that the people would suffer civil liability here when they didn't know what was going on. Listen to the language of this bill. Victims have the ability to hold civilly liable those who produce, disclose, solicit, possess sexually explicit deep fakes while knowingly or recklessly disregarding the person that depicted did not consent to the conduct. The two major issues raised by the gentlelady from Wyoming, the senator from Wyoming, are both addressed in this bipartisan measure. There are people who will shake their heads and say, can't the Senate even address this issue, the sexual exploitation of children and young girls and attempts to ruin their lives? Can't they even agree on a bipartisan basis to come up with an answer? We did. We have a bill that does it, and it's been stopped. We're not going to stop our efforts, Madam President. This is a cause worth fighting for, and we're going to really appeal to those across America who believe as we do. I yield the floor.
Whip.
Madam President, I ask that the chair execute the order of June 4th, 2024, with respect to the Sullivan nomination, that the confirmation vote occur at 11:40 a.m. Ask unanimous consent.
Without objection.
Madam President, I'd like to submit for unanimous consent request an article that appeared in the Chicago Tribune a year ago on May 3rd, 2023, without objection.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I'm a liberal arts lawyer. I'm not a doctor, and I'm not a researcher. So when I get into these fields, I want to say the words I use very carefully, not to misstate what is clearly the case. But this was an amazing article, which is entitled, "Device Uses Micro Bubbles to Open Blood-Brain Barrier to Treat Glioblastoma in Humans." It's a story of Northwestern medicine scientist Adam Sonnabend. Report results of first in-human clinical trial using a skull implantable ultrasound device to open the blood-brain barrier and repeatedly permeate large critical regions of the human brain. To try to translate this into simple words, the blood-brain barrier is something I don't understand. When we take 2 beers and drink them, we can feel it. So the alcohol has permeated the blood-brain barrier. But in the ordinary course of events, it is in fact a barrier for chemicals to enter the brain. Dr. Sonnabend is finding a way to get beyond that barrier. And it's for the treatment of what is known as glioblastoma, brain cancer. We know that very well on a personal basis here in the United States Senate. We have lost John McCain to glioblastoma, Ted Kennedy to glioblastoma, one of our Democratic cloakroom staffers, Tim Mitchell, to glioblastoma, and Hunter Biden, his brother, Beau Biden, died from glioblastoma. Why? Now I'm going to try to say this in simple words, and I hope I don't misstate it. Because when we discover the tumor, the first reaction is surgery to remove the tumor. And so you'll see with each of the people I've just mentioned, that experience take place. The tumor is removed, but unfortunately the chemotherapy that is common to stop cancerous tumors from emerging in the same area can't be used because of the blood-brain barrier. This barrier stops the application of the medicine. So the researchers are finding a way to get beyond that barrier, to bring chemotherapy to the brain of those suffering from glioblastoma. We lost the individuals that I mentioned earlier because the follow-up was so difficult because of this barrier. Now that's as far as I can go in layman's terms explaining the situation. But the reason I raise that issue is because it's timely. The reason it's timely is the doctor who is heading up this research at Northwestern University is a Mexican immigrant to the United States. He's been here almost 10 years. He has a team of 9 other doctors. They're all doing this research, critical NIH research at Northwestern, and I'm proud of the fact that they're doing it and doing it successfully. The point I want to make is the discussion of immigration here in the United States often is a discussion about fear and hate, that immigrants are somehow a threat to this country. Donald Trump has gone so far as to say they poison the blood of America. Now, those sorts of bigoted, hateful statements have been used throughout history to condemn immigrants. But we have to be honest with ourselves. Go to your favorite hospital, wherever it may be. Take a look at the roster of physicians and surgeons that are going to treat you and your family, and you pray to God they're successful. And notice how many names appear to be immigrants to this country. They probably are. And we should be proud of the fact that this nation of immigrants invites people to bring their talents to the United States and to succeed. Dr. Sonneborn, coming to the United States from Mexico, is certainly welcome. I want him to stay and be successful, and his team as well. We need his immigrant talent, as others will throughout our nation's history. They're going to make a difference in the lives of a lot of individuals. So when President Biden decides that he's going to open up immigration in the United States and give people an opportunity to live in this country and be part of its future, I say, as long as they go through a background check and we know that they're making a positive contribution, paying their taxes and following the law, they are welcome here in the United States. I say this with some prejudice. My mother was an immigrant to this country. Her son is a senator from the state of Illinois. And that, I think, is an indication of what can happen to the sons and daughters of immigrants given a chance. That's what America is all about. Madam President, it's been more than 20 years since I decided to introduce a bill called the DREAM Act. This bipartisan legislation provides a pathway to citizenship for young immigrants who were brought to the United States as children. These young people, who are known now as dreamers, grew up in the United States, went to school with our kids, pledged allegiance to the only flag that they've ever known. And poll after poll shows the vast majority of Americans believe they deserve a chance. They didn't make their family's decision to come here. Their family made the decision, and they grew up here. We support, on a bipartisan basis, giving dreamers an opportunity to become American citizens. I'm sorry they were not expressly included in the president's proposal, but in one aspect they were. Time after time, the DREAM Act has earned bipartisan support in Congress, ultimately be blocked by Republicans. Without congressional action every day, dreamers live in fear of their lives being uprooted by deportation. Now, Dr. Sonneborn is not a dreamer. Don't make the mistake of equating that situation. But he is an immigrant. And the point I'm trying to make is immigrants can make valuable contributions to our lives. When I started off on the DREAM Act, I introduced the bill, and there was a battle between me and Orrin Hatch. You didn't get a chance to serve with him, but he was a Republican from Utah and proud of it. And he believed that the DREAM Act was his first idea. I thought it was mine, but the majority at the time was Republican. And I said, Senator Hatch, you would be the lead, it'll be a Hatch-Durbin bill. Well, over time, he decided that he didn't like the idea any further and dropped his sponsorship of the legislation. But I continued pressing forward with it. Lucky for me, there was a former Republican senator from Indiana named Richard Lugar, an extraordinarily good man. I asked him to appeal to President Barack Obama, because they were personal friends, to use the president's executive authority to help dreamers. 12 years ago, President Obama answered this bipartisan call from Senator Lugar and myself, establishing the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals program, better known as DACA. DACA is a form of the DREAM Act. It has protected more than 830,000 young people from deportation. Many have gone on to serve our nation as doctors, nurses, teachers, engineers, and first responders. President Biden faces a dilemma similar to President Obama's. He's tried to work with Congress to fix the broken immigration system, and it is broken, but Republicans have repeatedly thwarted his efforts. Most of us believe that we had an opportunity for a breakthrough, a bipartisan effort with Senator James Lankford on the Republican side leading the way, as well as two Republicans, Senators Murphy and Sinema, two Democrats, Murphy and Sinema, to make this a bipartisan effort. They had a bipartisan border security bill that's coming before Congress. At the very last minute, when this measure was about to be considered, Donald Trump stepped in and said, stop. I don't want any Republicans in the Senate to support a bipartisan effort to solve the border crisis. Stop what you're doing right now. I would rather have the issue to debate in November than to have you try to solve it and give Biden any credit for it. And he said at the end of his statement, former President Trump did, you can blame me. Well, I am blaming him. He stopped a bipartisan effort to solve the border crisis. When the bill came to the floor, the vast majority of Republicans opposed it at his request. And in fact, as he said, blame it on me. I do. The former president has made it clear he does not want a solution to our immigration challenges before the November election. He wants a campaign issue. He has demonized immigrants. saying, and this is one of the most despicable quotes I can think of, that they are, quote, poisoning the blood of our country. He has promised to round up and deport every undocumented immigrant in our country, including dreamers. In light of this Republican obstructionism, President Biden has no choice but to use his authority as president to improve our broken immigration system. That's why 3 months ago, I led a group of 19 Senate Democrats asking President Biden to protect immigrants with deep roots in our country, including dreamers and the spouses of U.S. citizens. This week, President Biden responded, taking action to protect immigrants who've been here for decades, paying taxes, and contributing to all of our communities. The President is helping Americans with non-citizen spouses keep their families together by allowing them to apply for lawful permanent residence, a status they are already eligible for without leaving the country. He's also allowing dreamers and other immigrants who have earned a degree from an American college and received a job offer from a U.S. employer related to their field to more quickly receive work visas. I commend President Biden for taking these steps, but ultimately only Congress can fix the immigration system in America. To my Republican colleagues who may criticize the president, instead I urge you to work with Democrats to pass immigration reform legislation. Madam President, I just want to conclude this part of my opening statement by saying this issue means so much to me. It was over 20 years ago that I introduced the DREAM Act, as I mentioned earlier. I've come to know these young people, and I've come to try to help them over and over again. We've had some success on the floor where we would pass a measure and the House would not take it up. But despite that frustration, they continue to soldier on every single day, despite fear of deportation, to do their best to be part of America. Given that chance, they have proven themselves over and over again. I often think when you consider the hundreds of thousands of individuals who have been helped by the DREAM Act, by DACA, and other provisions, how few cases there have been where they've disappointed us publicly. The law of averages says there's bound to be somebody that's going to break your heart out there, who calls himself a dreamer and does something that you don't like at all. But by and large, they are an amazing group of people who never, ever give up. And now they've asked, for example, some help with their parents. What President Biden suggested is going to give that help. Some of the parents now are going to have an opportunity to live in America with their families without fear of deportation. That, to me, is what this country should be all about. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I heard the remarks a few minutes ago of the Republican leader of the Senate, and I wanted to respond because he referred to our Senate Judiciary Committee. What happened in Butler, Pennsylvania, in the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump was shocking and unacceptable conduct by the part of those who were authorized and responsible for his safety. There's no question in my mind that there's a bipartisan feeling that we may have our differences on issues and other matters, but when it comes to the protection of all of elected officials, particularly in this case, the former President of the United States, we should all put the resources necessary and the strategy necessary to keep them safe at all times. Thank God Donald Trump, whom I disagree with on many issues, survived that experience. It would have been horrible for this nation and for his family if this would have just been changed a little bit. He was 1 inch away from losing his life. Let's be honest about it. How in the world did that happen? With all of the law enforcement and all of the federal officials present, what went wrong? Well, the former director, who resigned today, said that there was a failure and she accepted responsibility for it. I think we've got to get more information as this case develops, but we want to do it in an orderly fashion. The House hearing yesterday was the beginning. 5 hours of testimony that revealed some things, but clearly not enough when it comes to what happened on that day. And the decision at the Senate level has been the subject of bipartisan cooperation from the start. There's nothing partisan about this issue. There shouldn't be. And for anyone to suggest that we're not responding to the needs of the nation to learn valuable information, Senator McConnell is just wrong. And I invite him to reach out to the Republican leaders in the committees affected, his GAC committee as well as Judiciary Committee, and he will learn that we've been working on a hearing for the next week, which is the last week we're in session before the Democratic National Convention, and we're going to do our best to get the witnesses there who will produce the information so we learn more about it. This has been a bipartisan effort from the start, and it should be. It should be all the way. There is no partisanship involved in the security and safety of elected officials. It is a bipartisan, nonpartisan issue, and we've got to do everything in our power to keep people safe. So I'm hoping that Senator McConnell will reach out to the staff of the Senate Judiciary Committee and the HISGAC Committee to realize that we're working on that hearing next week, as we should.
Madam President, I come to the floor today to be able to talk about an issue that apparently there's a large belief among some doesn't exist. So I wanted to be able to pull the veil back and to say this is actually an issue. And I can't believe I even have to have this conversation. And in many ways, it's an incredibly difficult conversation to be able to have. During the presidential debate that happened just a few weeks ago now, there was a debate ostensibly between Vice President Harris and former President Donald Trump. It ended up being a debate between Vice President Harris, David Muir, Lindsey Davis, all against Donald Trump. And there were multiple moments where the ABC moderators decided they were going to debate or correct Donald Trump when he spoke, and it became this very odd interchange that all of America watched and thought, well, that doesn't seem like a debate in that sense. And one of those moments was a really odd moment. There was a conversation about abortion to President Trump, and that's a fair conversation for the moderators to bring up a question and to be able to talk about it. He's openly talked a lot about abortion, and obviously the vote that happened in the Supreme Court with the Dobbs decision has highlighted a lot of that conversation nationally since his presidency. President Trump, during that debate, talked about children that are aborted way in the 8th and 9th month, and then some even after, and mentioned that, to which the ABC News moderator, Lindsey Davis, responded, "There is no state in the country where it's legal to kill a baby after it's born," and then immediately turned to Vice President Harris, where literally she jumped in to be able to debate the president and to try to, quote unquote, correct him. The problem is there was no one to be able to moderate her in that debate and make the simple statement, there are not only states in America where that can happen, there are states in America where that does happen. In this simple map of the United States, this lists out the states where there are strong protections for a child after birth. Now, this is not an abortion, this is a botched abortion that has occurred. This is a woman went in with the intent of having an abortion, late term. The child was fully delivered. And in medical practice, in many of these states that are listed here, the child is fully delivered during the abortion. And if the child cries, breathes, the practice is to back away and to allow the child to slowly die on the table, because the intent was an abortion. And so everyone just steps back in the facility and watches the child die on the table, however long that takes. Now, before people say that doesn't occur, 8 states have a requirement, 8 states have a requirement that in an abortion, if it's botched and the child's actually fully delivered and they're still alive, they have to report it. And in 8 states, only those 8 that actually do that, there were 277 cases of that. Let me give you an example. This was several years ago. She's now a beautiful young woman now. But a young woman named Melissa Oden, she actually didn't know until she was an adult that she was actually the product of a botched abortion. Her mom had been compelled to have an abortion, was a teenager, had been compelled to have an abortion by some family members around her. She didn't want to do it, but she did. It was a late-term abortion. She went in to have the abortion, had the abortion, and after the abortion was over, one of the nurses, looking through the quote-unquote medical waste that was there on the table, saw the young girl crying. She scooped up the infant, took the infant on her own to an emergency room, The emergency room said, there's no way she'll have a full, meaningful life, but they took care of her because she's in the emergency room. And I know Melissa Ohden. She's a remarkable lady. No disabilities, no other challenges other than the knowledge that she was supposed to, quote unquote, have been aborted. But there she is alive. There are a lot of women that are scattered around the country that are all finding each other online, telling a story that they are a product of a botched abortion, that they were born alive, and they were given medical care when, quote unquote, they weren't supposed to be there at all. And they're now, through one rare benefit of social media, finding each other and connecting in conversation. Not only is this happening, it's happening all over the country. And I'm fully aware that the ABC News moderator thinks this doesn't happen anywhere, but not only is it happening, it's happening before, it's happening probably today. The question that this body has not resolved is, what are we going to do about it? Now, this is not about reducing abortion. Quite frankly, the bill that I'm bringing, and I want to bring for unanimous consent today, won't reduce abortions at all in America. I would tell you it would be my preference to be able to stand for the value of every single child in America and to say there's not a child in America that's disposable, that children in America are all valuable. Not some disposable, some valuable, all valuable. This is not a question of are we going to legalize or not legalize abortion? This is about a fully delivered child crying on a table if they will get medical care or if we will back up and watch them die. That's the question before us. And what we're going to do about that. There's been a lot of conversation about this of late in the last several years. Let me give you an example of several of these states. New York State recently passed a law that not only allows abortion all the way until the 9th month, but they protect if a child is fully delivered and is breathing on the table and it was a botched abortion, that they would be protected, quote unquote, to be able to die there. When this bill was passed just a couple of years ago in New York legislature cheered at protecting the rights of a child to lie on the table and die after a delivery. They lit up the Freedom Tower in New York City to celebrate the passage of that bill. That's in New York. In Minnesota, 9 years ago, in a wide bipartisan vote, they determined they should actually track how many of these botched abortions happen. That they should actually keep track of how many occur like this, that a child is actually born alive. It's rare, but they want to just be able to keep track of it with basic records. So in a bipartisan vote in the Minnesota legislature, signed by the government, they passed a law 9 years ago to track how often this occurs. In the state of Minnesota, they determined over the next several years there were 24 children that were born alive during a botched abortion. Now, again, that's not many, but I bet it matters to those 24. But for those 24 children that Minnesota discovered, this is not a myth, this is really occurring, they tracked it. The governor of Minnesota, current vice presidential candidate on the Democratic side, worked to get a repeal of that law, and the simple repeal was, we don't want reporting anymore. Literally, it was, we're finding out this is happening, so in Minnesota, we've declared we don't want to know that this is happening anymore. That's unbelievable. That is old school, put your hands over your ears and scream la, 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 la kind of stuff. That's not what we should do as a nation. We should actually know about it and then determine through debate in this body what we're going to do about it. Madam President, I'm getting close to a conclusion here. May I ask unanimous consent to be permitted to speak just 3 more minutes until we can wrap this up? and then prior to the roll call schedule for Senator Britt to have 1 minute just to be able to conclude.
Are there objections? Without objection.
Thank you. So here's the issue. We've brought this bill to the floor several times before. In fact, we've had some bipartisan support for this bill several times before. The bill is very, very simple. The bill says when a doctor performs an abortion, but the child is born alive instead of actually born dead, that care would be provided to that child the same as any other child that is born. Now, we're fully aware that many abortion clinics do not have a full hospital that are also attached to them. But we're also very aware that if there's a problem with the mom at an abortion clinic, they take her to a hospital. This is a simple statement to say, if a child is born alive, which we know 100% this is happening, even in states like Minnesota, that this is happening, what is America going to do with a fully delivered, crying baby on the table? Will they get health care or will they not get health care? That's all this bill does. It doesn't reduce abortions, unfortunately. It doesn't do that. It doesn't change abortion processes across the country. Doesn't do that. It just says when the abortion is unsuccessful and the child is actually delivered instead, we're going to give medical care to that child. That's what I bring this, and it is absolutely, to me, the simplest of all possible statements to make. So, Madam President, as if in legislative session, notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of S-204 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. I further ask consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object.
Senator from Illinois.
Madam President, this is a serious topic. To rush through it in a matter of minutes is unfair. More time should be devoted to it. But I'm going to do my best in a short period of time to be very direct. My first direction is to anyone following this debate at home. Pull out your cell phone, go to your search engine, whatever it happens to be, and look up the following name. I'm going to spell it carefully because I want you to be able to type it in. Kermit, K-E-R-M-I-T, Gosnell, G-O-S-N-E-L-L. Kermit Gosnell. While I speak, I hope you'll take a look at what you see on your screen. This bill that's been proposed by my friend from Oklahoma creates new standards of care for doctors, providing reproductive health care, and these standards are not based on medicine, fact, or science. The goal of this bill is to target and intimidate reproductive health care providers and make it harder for women to access comprehensive, compassionate health care. Let me be clear. Despite former President Trump's wild claims, it is not legal in this country, in any state, to kill a child after it's born. Doctors already have an obligation under the law to provide appropriate medical care to any child that is born alive. How do I know this? I voted for it. Explicitly codified in a law which President Bush signed, entitled Born Alive Infants Protection Act in 2002. 2002, it's been on the books over 20 years. And when doctors harm babies in violation of state and federal laws, they are held accountable. For example, in the year 2013, Dr. Kermit Gosnell, a Pennsylvania doctor, was convicted on 3 counts of first-degree murder for murdering babies after botched abortions. I want you to read, if you brought this up on your phone, the story of this man. What he did was an outrage. It was disgusting. He was held accountable for it and is serving life in prison as a result without any possibility of parole. So to argue that we are talking about an area of law that is not addressed by current law is just plain wrong. Our nation already has laws in place that protect newborns. To suggest otherwise is simply false. Alleging that doctors are wantonly killing infants after birth is as ludicrous as accusing immigrants of Ohio of eating cats and dogs. Here we are. This is today's Republican presidential campaign. Rather than create meaningful protections for women and infants, what this bill would actually do is put politicians into private health care decisions. Abortions occurring late in pregnancy are incredibly rare. incredibly rare. Why don't we hear the same level of concern for women being denied reproductive care and bleeding out in the parking lot of a hospital because of decisions by state legislatures? And let's be honest, that is a real problem and a real challenge. In these heartbreaking situations, it's not for Congress to dictate the course of medical treatment. Those wrenching decisions must be left to medical professionals and individuals in their care. And it is the only compassionate outcome. Therefore, I object. Mr. President, have you ever seen an ad for pharmaceuticals or prescription drugs on television? If the answer is no, then I would suggest you don't own a television. Because literally every single day we are bombarded with ads for pharmaceuticals. And they are very profitable because the drugs themselves are expensive. And people are encouraged to say to their doctors, I think I need Xarelto. And the doctor might have to tell them that Xarelto has nothing to do with your current physical condition. But doctor, I've seen it on television so many times and those people seem so happy. They're dancing once they take Xarelto. Well, the doctors have to many times warn them that they're just being lured into believing that it's something they need.